seems that Congress is finally going to recognize the little green men in the flying saucers. I've been watching all that stuff with the Baron, and I just think it's a bunch of hooey. I think it's a bunch of baloney. And I tell you what, these things have been happening since Jesus left Chicago, folks. There's old Renaissance paintings of flying saucers in the sky. People pointing to them and saying, look, ooh, and ah. And they're trying to act like it's a new phenomenon. This is another thing I don't understand. See, there's a lot of farms in Kentucky. I had this old boy who lived about 3 miles east of me. He had a farm. His cows would turn up, the eyeballs missing, and guts and all that kind of stuff about once a year. And I said, well, fella, what do you think is doing this? And he said, I know what's doing it. It's the little green men in the flying saucer. That was in 1921. Folks, don't believe nothing they telling you. They're getting ready to set y'all up for disaster. Well, why do you say y'all, Colonel? You're part of the American people. I may be. But I got, since God gave a mule to see what's going on, don't you understand? When you start looking at that stuff and you say, oh, I got the heebie-jeebies and it's ooky spooky because there's an alien off, I'm going to go and jump off a bridge or empty out my bank account and all that type of stuff. How easy would it be for them to just roll out some sort of agenda, keep you in your house, and you'll be able to stay there? You got to use your hair for more than a half rack, folks. Now, Ben, he interviewed this old boy named Joe Mooney or some shit like that. I don't know what his name is, and apparently he don't even. But he came on and said some very salacious and blasphemous things about the Lord Jesus Christ and said the talk in Jesus' gospels did not match up to one another. They preached 2 different gospels. That right down to tell you how crazy the man is. And he knows how crazy he is, too. He's taking the baths in ice water. From back in the late 1800s, they had these places called sanitariums. And guess what they did? They made those crazy folks take baths in ice water. And then they shocked the shit out of them. They put electrodes to them and they shocked them, and that shocked them back to normalcy, I guess. I don't know. I think they're just trying to kill them, get rid of them because there's problems with it. But that's neither here nor there. Maybe we need to bring that shock therapy. Maybe that'll help though, Breeze. I feel bad for him there if he believes half that crazy shit he comes out of his mouth. These lost in the sauce for real. And I'll tell you who else lost. There else lost in the sauce. That old boy with the big forehead. They call spirits, and they supposedly call spirits in themselves, and they can see the future. And he's always on H Daily. What's that news, Nate?
I don't know what you're talking about, Colonel.
Yeah, you do. What we're talking about. And not Triple O. It's not him. Dude, they say that. They got a word. They got all Wilcox. Yeah, that's all. But David Wilcox is his name. David Wilcox. He's another son of a bitch who got a belly full of lies. And he's not too bad, though. He's P.T. Barnum. He knows what he's doing. That's just gimmick. I ain't mad at him because he knows he's lying, and me do too. And sometimes it's kind of funny. And he can say some pretty pertinent stuff. He had to get me on it, though, because they said that the sci-fi people were really worshiping the devil. He said he didn't really. I don't want to worship the devil. They said, well, you better get some yonder. And guess what? He got some yonder.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to the BDRP. I discussed this on the old channel, something that's going to be coming up in the very near future, believe me. With the population growth in both the Bigfoot and Dogman creatures, I do sincerely believe that there's going to be a time where we, as occupants of rural areas, have to make a choice. We have to think about our families, our family safety, and the safety of our animals, as well as our property itself. These things have been known to maliciously rip up gardens, even though, from what I understand and can see, both kind are carnivorous. That's a spiteful, strategic, and tactical animal to do something like that. Also, as well as you all know, they take people's livestock. They do pretty gross stuff. The Bigfoot species have been alleged to do pretty gross stuff to cows and horses and everything else under the sun. There was a time about 2016 where a gentleman, I won't put his name out there because what's associated with this story you may or may not like. I'm just going to tell you the truth of the matter. This gentleman has been doing this for a very, very long time. Out of all the field investigators, in spite of what anybody may feel or think about him, he and his team have probably done some of the most legitimate research there is. They actually hired privately members of universities and the staff in their science departments, things of this nature, biologists to work in the field with them. And every single last one of their field team members, not that it really matters, but when you look at the aspect of it, of these things being dangerous, it does. Every one of his field team members is former high-level military. When I say high-level military, I mean they not operators. I'm talking about Army Rangers. I believe one gentleman was a SEAL. I've met all these guys, great guys, down to earth. They're not like the crew that went after the Predator in the first movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger. They're down to earth guys, relatable, but they were definitely they're definitely gentlemen who were about serious business. So, as a field investigator, and this week, unfortunately, it wasn't last week, but it's still we're still in hunting season, so it doesn't really hurt my feelings. Too bad not to be able to get out this past week, and in spite of that, they are highly active in the months. I'm sorry, where there's folks out there hunting. That's a myth, and I don't know where it started. At least in the places in Oklahoma and Texas I've been, they're still just as active in the during hunting season as they are other times of year. So you really have to be careful. I don't know where some of this information comes from, because everybody that I know who is an actual field investigator, no matter whether they've spent just a small amount of time in the field or a large amount of time, they know things like this. Because of course they've inundated themselves into the areas where these creatures actually are. How about research on how we neutralize these things? And that's the topic of the show, honestly. Killing Dogman. I'll do the killing Bigfoot thing later on, but I want to specifically talk about killing Dogman and what would you call it? Some of the misconceptions that people have. So you hear a lot of people, myself included, talk about the spiritual aspect of things. These things are indeed, let's not even call them spiritual, let's say interdimensional. If these things are able to manifest themselves within our dimension, within our perceivable dimension, that means that they have to follow the rules of said dimension. We know that they procreate because there's been evidence. I've laid eyes on personally on a few different occasions, not only young Dogman, but young Bigfoot as well. I actually have a picture that I'll share with you guys where I believe both were occupying the same nest. And when you hear people talk about nests, it means exactly how it sounds. I know a lot of, and myself included, will fly past things like that, and you folks are sitting at home and nest. The hell's he? But yes, it's an actual nest, like you would think a bird would make. The same way they get sticks and they make a soft bedding on the inside, and they actually fold over another nest on top of it. So they kind of swaddle them. And these things blend in like 90 going north. You're not going to see them. As a matter of fact, one of the most fantastic field researchers and investigators there are living today. I mean, he's the smartest, if not the smartest field investigator this side of heaven that's breathing and in the field today. And that's Mark Zaske. People can get political with it if they want to. I don't really care. I know him personally. I've seen his research that not only has he put out in the public, but what he is now starting to share publicly that he had private. The guy knows what he's doing beyond anybody else in this field that I've associated myself with. He's a almost 20-year plus veteran. I think he's rolling around on 19 years or something like that of inundating himself in these areas down in Florida that have these cryptids. So, and I mean, Florida is a lot like Oklahoma. It's a lot like Kentucky, where you have a lot of encounters that could be violent or at least intimidating. So Mark Zaske, he is one of these guys who will be able to tell you they can be killed. Even if you have the belief that they're of quantum dimension or interdimensional or whatever you want to call it, if they are manifesting themselves within our perceivable reality, then that means they can absolutely take a bullet right to their head. I mean, you can smoke their game, you can get them out of there. Now, that being said, they how do I put this? Yeah, I mean, if you know his stuff, you know his stuff, Benita. You know what I mean? He's a dear friend and a very good man. He's a little bit of a hothead, like your boy, old Dion, but we all have our flaws. People would be amiss to discount his whole body of work, not only that he did with crypto reality, but also what he's done with Carrie, God rest him, and Bigfoot Odyssey. That was what I was kind of talking about earlier today, the show that you didn't get to hear. But we are taking, we're going to do our best to take, if I'm going to stay in it and I'm going to be in the quote unquote researchers, investigators field, I'm going to have to do research as I was taught to do it in school. And we'll get to that at the end of the show, though. Y'all be excited about it. Anyways, brother, just imagine Arnold Schwarzenegger with thicker bones, and you have what you have out there in the woods. To go back to what I was initially saying, this gentleman who is a self-made millionaire, who has this team of just savages, it's like the A-team on steroids. He said straight up when he came to me, he saw the piece of footage of the juvenile that I showed y'all. He was like, "Yeah, I see that you got this. I see that it's real, and we want to know how you got so close." And I was, green as a blade of grass back then. I had my ideas, but I don't believe I shared them with him. I just told, I played that good old country dumb. I was like, I don't know. I just do. So he began to sort of do little co-investigations with me, and I'll start doing with his team. And I guess to kind of show what he was all about, folks, I've never said this publicly, but this gentleman has hands down the best footage of anything encrypted there is today on planet Earth. And I'm not exaggerating. I'm not blowing smoke up your chimney. This gentleman showed me a picture of a mother cradling one of its young Bigfoot that was shot through the throat from this Native American gentleman off his front porch on his land in Arkansas. And when I saw it, I remember staring at it for a long time because I knew what I was looking. I knew I was looking at the real thing. You can tell, and Kumbo will tell you this. He was one of my mentors. I'll put it this way: the physiology and anatomical build of these creatures, you won't see replicated in any movie and any cartoon that's ever been made. They're just, I mean, and a lot of that is kept under people's hat. Like, and I'm giving y'all some inside baseball for real. Like, not trying to get no clicks or anything. It's not going to be put in the algorithm, but there's a lot of things that we won't say as far as the descriptive details of these creatures, because that helps us catch liars, for one. And two, I mean, when you see, and that's going to be what you lead off with. The standout features are the ones that nobody really ever says publicly, straight up. And I've never asked anybody to withhold any kind of information. And I've had everybody on my show, I've vetted thoroughly, except for this one dude who may have slipped through the cracks. But they do the same thing. They don't bring up these real strange, inconvenient, descriptive details of these creatures for whatever reason. So, in any event, this Indian gentleman over in Arkansas, standing on his front porch with a 30-06 at about 40 yards, I want to say, 40, 45 yards. It was a hell of a shot because you can see the you can see the impact wound, the darkness around that wound where he started bleeding out. And I mean, his mouth was open, and like the visceral that was coming out of his mouth it was pretty gnarly. That was a young one, you'll say. They may have thicker skin when they grow up, and their bones may grow denser. True, but those soft tissues and organs are still susceptible. Straight up. So, thank you. I sincerely appreciate that, Blue Cruise. Hell of a deal. Those areas are still susceptible on any sort of fleshly creature. I mean, if you put one in the hole in its ear or behind its ear, or like the shot that Shmiha, who killed the adult female, got. I mean, you could tell he was a hunter because he's aimed right down her butthole and shot. And anybody who's ever hunted deer knows that's a kill shot. It's going to be hitting through soft tissue, and it's going to enter the body, and it's going to have a hell of an impact wound. It's going to hit the lungs, more than likely the heart, liver, all that stuff is going to be wrecked. These creatures are no different. Now, the reason I wanted to do this show is after doing this for, I don't know how long, since 2014, being in the field, 5 years straight up active, like multiple times weekly, if not every day, for 5 years. Folks, I can tell you beyond a shadow of a doubt that the Bigfoot and the dog man, and you listen to these stories and get a chill up your spine and all that kind of stuff, yeah, it's well and fine. There is other stuff out there. I distinctly remember it's one of the times I went out by myself and in Brown Springs, the Brown Springs area. You can just feel them around you. The noises of the day go away. The crickets were gone. No birds. It didn't even seem like the wind blows. And a lot of you have been in that situation. It seems like you're in some strange void, some pocket dimension almost. It's weird. The feelings and even your intuitive nature seems to be affected by it. So it was one of these things, and I could just tell there were at least three. I know the 2 centuries. One will start off to my west at about 75 yards, between like 65 and 75 yards out on this little small hill. And the other one will be between 10 yards and 25 yards out somewhere in this these bushes right as you pull in. And as you move through this area, they'll move in a circular position around you, and they'll move in and out. The one that's further off will move further in as the one that's close moves out. And they'll, like, I don't know why they do this. There's centuries, I know for a fact. But the reason that they use this methodology of keeping an eye on you, I'm thinking it's because one can give cover to the other one. A lot of times when you hear people having stones and pebbles thrown at them, they're not necessarily, it's not going to hurt you. You know what I'm saying? It scares the shit out of people. But if you think about it, when you've heard this in encounters that you've listened to and witnesses, they're already in a state of panic. All right. I'm going into the same place multiple times where that whole feeling it's not there. It's not prevalent. It doesn't even exist. So I started picking up on little things. Whenever, and I'll tell you what, if you're a field researcher, which honestly, folks, if you're not already doing it, I wouldn't encourage somebody to start. Now, I've never said that. In all the years that I've been doing this, I would not encourage you to become a field investigator. And I've come to that conclusion over the course of this past week. There's just too much going on. There's too many unknown factors. There's too much for somebody who's a family man or a family woman. There is way too much of the negativity and the drama and the BS for me to want to subject that to anybody. Like, you got folks on here who'll mess with your family, mess with your kids, try to call them and harass them. And even worse than that, there's been folks that, and as you know, that have had people sent to their house to harass them. You get these zealots that listen, and a lot of folks are looking for spiritual answers within the cryptid field, and they'll get behind one of these tribal chieftains, and start worshiping at that tribal chieftain's altar. And before you know it, they've taken on that same spirit. When I say tribal chieftain, I'm talking about some YouTuber or some personality that inundates his own thoughts and opinions into a research field, which is the opposite of research. You can't have an opinion. Research is data and facts. But I digress. So I call myself a glorified camper. I'm a glorified camper and hiker. It's hard to be yoked to that field investigator title, especially when you know legitimate investigation techniques and stuff. So, methodology of killing them. So I'll start with the most obvious and work my way down. Fire. Fire will cure all that ails you when it comes to these creatures. If you got a patch of land where you know these creatures are and you got a creek running through it or a tributary from a river and you've seen them, looks like shadows in the woods at night, but then they come up to your house, you're finding rocks on your roof. Some of your chickens are turning up missing. Fire, destroy every single inch and vestige of where they are. You want anybody else tell you that? I don't care no more. Burn them out of there. Don't worry about it. They'll get some yonder. And people say, oh, well, there'll be retribution. Let me tell you something. God gave us dominion. We are made in his image, not these monkeys and these werewolves out here in the woods. Sorry, if they're on your property and they are harassing you in any kind of way, and especially if you got children, burn them down, burn them out. Set fire to one. I mean, make it a controlled fire. Let your fire chief know what's going on, but burn their asses out of there straight up. I wouldn't feel sorry for them. And you know why? These beasts and monsters and devils, they'd kill one of y'all, they'll kill me, and wouldn't think twice about it. It wouldn't mean as much to them as probably wringing a cat's neck. Why are we trying to show them some sort of reserve? I mean, let's break it down, folks. Let's really look at it. Conservation areas. Here in the northern Texas, southern Oklahoma region, you have an infestation. And I don't think that's the wrong word to use. You have an infestation of hogs. Hogs are like cockroaches in some filthy person's house here in Oklahoma. It's so much so that in parts of North Texas, as a courtesy from the state, they will bring a sharpshooter down in a helicopter onto your property to help you get rid of them. That's how big of a pest they are. In these same areas, only miles, sometimes even yards away in these conservation areas where these hogs are running like 90 going north, still getting onto people's property because that's their central hub, because you cannot kill them there. Yet somehow the population remains under control without them being hunted out or killed whatsoever. Without any predators really above them to kind of cull that population down, according to natural science and what they'll put out for John Q. Public. Me and you know different. So if they'll take you to jail for killing a hog 100 yards away from your property in some wildlife conservation area, yeah, I wouldn't feel bad about burning these things out of their home. It's not like they don't have plenty to eat and somewhere else to go. Everybody and their mama knows that the state parks, these conservation areas, wildlife conservation areas, wildlife refuges, go to their websites, or actually go and look wherever you can find the data of the amount of animals because they tag a lot of them, if not all. Go and look at the crazy amounts of variety they just have. Don't even look at the numbers. Look at the variety that they have of predation or things that can be preyed upon. They reintroduced elk to southeastern Oklahoma after, I don't know, what was it, 80 years, 100 years, when there was already a big boom in the deer population. Then we have COVID hit. People don't go anywhere for 2 years. Before that, let's not get it twisted. They're not going into these areas. Nobody's going with their family to have a picnic at the state park anymore. They're just not doing it. So you have nature, creation itself, bubbling up as far as their numbers across the board. And shortly before that, they're reintroducing elk. And it wasn't just, southeast Oklahoma. It's many places throughout the southeast. They also started trying to reintroduce top tier predators into a lot of these areas to bring their populations up, even though the current population before they did it was nowhere near any kind of harm of being hunted out or harmed in any kind of way. So the story speaks for itself. They're doing their part to, I think, try to at least even things out. And people say, oh, well, if Dogman and Bigfoot occupy the same area, I have proof. And that's what I was going to show you, that picture. I forgot about it. I'll throw that up. If they occupy the same areas, how's that possible? Because they're both so big and they're both violent and blah, 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 blah. This is how. In the Nile River, when the water's low, the hippo and the crocodile, that's the analogy that I used way back when, and it still holds true today. When the water's low, you can see videos love it. And they're beautiful. I mean, it's beautiful. But you'll see these two monstrous creatures, the crocodile and the hippo. The water's low. I mean, it's a mud puddle, looks like. And they're just kind of walking over each other, swimming over each other, not paying each other a bit of attention. But when the water's high, they'll eat their own. They'll eat each other. I mean, they're tearing stuff up. When the water's low and resources are little, they will do their best to ignore one another, because going head to head with another top tier predator would only exert energy that you're not going to be able to replenish, because the natural wildlife's not there. The water source is low. So you're in conservation mode. You're conserving energy. You're conserving the fat that you have. You're not trying to overexert yourself going up against your adversary for most of the year. You're going to ignore them. That's going to be that. Why should we think any differently? If we're going to look at this as a natural creature, let's look at it as a natural creature. Why should we think any differently about Bigfoot and Dogman? Anybody have a answer for that? Or because I don't. I mean, like we somehow we superimpose things that do not apply to natural wildlife to these things, but then in some areas we want to apply things from natural wildlife. I mean, it makes no sense. You can't have a dragon that's also a house pet. I mean, we're equating two things that don't make sense. Going back to the rich gentleman who showed me this footage, he made me look at things in a different perspective, because I'm what some people would call a purist, I guess. I don't know. I never really did. I mean, I think there's a beast out there, like a physical beast, but anymore, I'm not so sure of its origin, its point of origin. Y'all been saying Nephilim for the longest. I think that word is being used where it does not apply. I think there could be deeper thought and a deeper definition put to them, if they are indeed all that stuff. But I'm still not willing to label them all some sort of genetic mutations and science projects of the fallen angels. And Nephilim means to fall, the earthborn. It would almost insinuate the first generation of the fallen angels' offspring. And that's not just their offspring. They defiled, as you well know, everything. Even the grass of the field was defiled and perverted. What rifle, handgun, caliber can kill these things? That's a good question. Let me tell you something. Nobody's going to believe it, but I don't really care, because I got it from the horse's mouth, and it's a source that I believe to be extremely, extremely reliable. So no matter how you look at it, right, we're still on the same page, I think. These are 308 or better as rifles go. Depends on shot placement. I don't know what Grandy Gringo knows about it, but he's right. Like, how would you kill a grizzly bear that had humanistic features, fingers instead of claws? It could run on all fours as fast as a bear, but run faster than you on two legs. How would you kill something like that? I'm Annie Oakley with the 308, 30-06. I can shoot the wings off of a butterfly, even with my janky vision. Honestly, folks, so we've gone from fire. Now you're talking about firearms. Whatever you're comfortable shooting. Now, this is what a gentleman told me, and he was a part of this other guy's crew. Let's call him the benefactor. He was a part of the benefactor's crew, and the benefactor had really, taken a liking to me, and was giving me a lot of knowledge, showing me a lot of, folks, again, the best evidence you'll ever see. Stuff that's not out in public, probably never will be, unless I can get my hands on it, which I've tried, and I'll still try. See, Captain Ron, I ain't seen that cat in a while. Like, you're talking about 50 cals and all that kind of stuff. Whatever you're comfortable shooting, a 30-06 will get the job done. There's no doubt in my mind. It's all about bullet placement. An interdimensional being phasing in and out of our known reality. When they are here, they have to abide by the laws of our reality. Now, there have been all sorts of DNA studies. There's been DNA gathered. There's people gathered dookie from these things. I've had people suggest that I'll bend down and pick up their dookie and try to put it back in my truck and carry it to a lab. That ain't happening. I think I've taken hair samples out of an area once and add some plaster of Paris to make a cast, but I think I left it in the truck, and that was the end of that. I have no idea, and I'll get to the spiritual aspects of that too. Keep your finger on that page that I'm just talking about, because that's super important. Anyways, this guy showed me enough where I believe that they can be killed a whole lot easier than what we previously thought, or what I previously thought before that. You would be ridiculously and extremely surprised. All right, here's another one. We talked about the Indian gentleman shooting the young one off his porch, right? He claimed this was a Bigfoot. To me, it looked like one of those. It looked like a loop guru, or not a loop guru. I'm sorry. It had a snout. It had an elongated snout and ears on the top of its head. So call what you will, but it was shorter and bulky. It was like 6 feet tall, and you could tell that it had taken fire. It had like a light cinnamon type coat, and it had these dark black spots. And it was evening time, but they hit it with lights. They hit it with these amazing floodlights, because you can tell where the voices were talking, and as crystal clear as this footage was, where the voices were talking and where the subject was being filmed was a good ways away from each other. So they had an advanced high zoom camera, which told me to try to get an advanced high zoom camera, apparently. But this thing had taken fire, and it was favoring its right side where these wounds were. And it wasn't running those 75 miles an hour. It was slowed down. And I wasn't told the rest of what happened, but I mean, you can insinuate, like, I knew what they carried out there, and I saw where the bullet had hit and how this creature was moving. And this is through the bushes. It's not like, on a football field, completely unimpeded view, but it was good enough for me to see where it got shot and where the blood had started coagulating and all that kind of stuff. So, folks, don't become discouraged and think that these things cannot be killed, or that, especially you property owners. This is who I have a heart for. I was when I first started, people saw that I was dealing with the real deal and I wasn't some nut bar out there, and I was putting out evidence. Especially people on the Texas side of the river, they were calling me to their property, because a lot of them, for whatever reason, on the Texas side of all places, I would think the Oklahoma side, because there's more Indian burial grounds on the Red River on the Oklahoma side than you would ever think would be in one state. But all the guys on the Texas side are having all these difficulties and all these problems, right? And that goes back to burning everything. Either that or getting a brush hog and just knocking as much stuff down, push the wood, push their cover back. Even the ones that were comfortable enough to allow me to come around their young, they would still impede themselves behind something. They always have to have something in front of them. Now, you can look at that one or two ways. You can look at it through spiritual eyes or the naturalist eyes. From a spiritual man's perspective, they may have something more going on with them, even the physical kind that I call the beast of the field or the beast of the earth. Or it could be like the native said, that they only show themselves to someone with an unimpeded view that they respect. Even the alpha female that walked across the trail I told y'all about, when the guy came in, he was under the auspices of discounting me, but he ended up like wanting to see if I really was about that action, because he had an encounter that would make it'd turn you white. Ran away from home, found a cabin, of course, on the Red River. He stayed there for about a week. After, I think on day 8, this cabin was abandoned. He threw this piece of plywood up in the ceiling and slept up there so he wouldn't have to sleep on the floor and have critters crawling on him and stuff, which is pretty astute. Said he woke up one night because he heard something like fumbling through his canned goods, and he had a can of beans. He just folded the top back down and put it up. He said he looked, and he said it looked like an old Indian woman that was 8 feet tall. And she had hair, like she had a little beard under her neck, where some of those guys got their neck beards. Had a beard on the neck and hair on her belly, no hair on the boobs that were like saggy old woman boobs. I'm sorry, I'm supposed to be scientific minded. Pardon me, ladies. Mammaries. There was no hair on the mammaries, and he said that she looked at the one, and as soon as he laid eyes on her, he realized what he was looking at. He wet himself. He was 16 years old. And I mean, we went to the cabin. He's telling me this in the cabin where it's taking place. And I'm hearing it in his voice. You know what I'm saying? Like, He's starting to breathe a little bit heavier, and he's got that 1,000-yard stare, and I know he's putting himself back into that situation. I'm like, bro, let's step outside. And I reassured him that he didn't have to tell me anything. He didn't have to tell me this. What's up, Chris Dickinson? A Sooner Sasquatch, one of the best researchers there is out there. I don't know if he's still active. He's one of my peers. He was in my graduating class in the investigation field. He's my fellow Sooner. He's another crazy Okie. Then you have the other Sooner Sasquatch, who's also another crazy Okie. Welcome back to the BDRP. It's great to see y'all. Again, I guess the Lord didn't want me telling y'all that. I just told y'all how to hunt a dog man down, and y'all couldn't hear me the whole time, huh? Anyways, the reason I did this show is because I've come to a conclusion, and this is a little bit of something I touched on a second ago. There are bad ones out there. There's bad ones. There's ones that inundate themselves in areas where these let's say there's a family unit of dogmen. I know that there's been I've heard people say something about groups of dogmen and stuff like that. And I don't know from that. I've not personally seen them, but I know that they have little family units. There are some bad ones that'll inundate themselves in the areas where the family units are, and they'll end up getting one of their young ones smoked or getting them all ran out because this rebel, this interloper, he's coming in, he's killing cattle and stuff. The dogmen, in my opinion, from what I've seen and from what I've heard from eyewitness accounts and field investigators, they are less dangerous, honestly, than the Bigfoot creatures, because they straight up, they're not going to bother you, and if they do, nobody's going to know about it because nobody's going to hear from you. Like, they're not playing any games. Bigfoot will chase you. They'll play games with you. They're young. They've been known, and they're teenagers, to bluff charge people. But at the very end of the day, I don't believe Dogman's as dangerous as Bigfoot. What is this, a class reunion? We got Diesel 2K in here, Sooner Sasquatch. But in any event, and I believe there's a lot of things being attributed to Dogman, a lot of characteristics and traits that belong to a creature that we may not even have any kind of understanding of, if that makes sense. Some unknown entity. There's also tales, whether they're tall tales or whether they're actual like facts of the matter or there's something going on, is beyond me. But I've heard a lot of stories about, people have been asking me about Catman. How do we know that Dogman is an actual canid? How do we know that? There's been no studies. We're assuming. They thought that a kangaroo was a type of canid, was a type of dog, from the descriptive details that people were giving. Again, we have to remember that the kangaroo, the hippopotamus, the flamingo, they were all cryptids at one point in time. Nowadays, we hear cryptid tale, 8 scary cryptid tales. We're thinking of rakes and skinwalkers and rougarous and what's the Bigfoot, the one that, like, I'm still not completely convinced it's not something else. They say it has longer fangs, it's more carnal and more predacious than Bigfoot. They actually will go out of their way to kill humans. They're not the Janosko. It's another type of Bigfoot. The Janosko are the rock giants that they have down here in southeast Oklahoma, with which they'll smoke your game too. There's way too many historical Gugway. Thank you, Sean. I can never remember that because I'm not completely convinced they exist. I'm just not. No, they're not invincible. Thank you. And somehow people think that you need exploding white phosphorus exploding rounds with ticks carrying sticks of dynamite or something attached to them. It's crazy. A good strategically placed bullet will kill anything made of flesh and blood. You got to think there were people back in the day with black powder rifles killing hippopotamuses or hippopotami. I caught myself. You grammar Nazis out there like myself. Is it hippopotami? Anyways, nobody needs to check. Let's just go with what the last thing I said. So, and first off, well, D, do you believe that anybody's going to kill a dog man? No, I don't believe anybody. The dog man is going to allow you to be put in a position to kill him unless you go by the first thing that I said. You have to, fire to destroy what they've done. Burn them out. They're not in the area when they're out hunting. When they're not in the area and they're out hunting or whatever, completely set fire to all their nests, even when the little one's inside. Oh, well, D, that's just graphic. Yeah, it's graphic them throwing a 20-some-odd-year-old girl up into a tree that's 20 feet up with part of her over here and part of her over there, or ripping a family apart that just wants to go and camp. That's graphic too. They're not us, so I don't really care. And the more that I talk to people and the more that I kind of, especially my brothers and sisters in the faith that have encountered these things. And there's one gentleman, and I can tell you his name's Thomas Ferrario. You guys may have heard him on other podcasts. This gentleman has become a very dear friend of mine in just a short amount of time. And I've been listening to all the podcasts that's out there for public consumption. And I can tell you folks, in the short hour and 30 minutes that we did, he probably revealed more than he had in all those put together. I mean, and you're going to want to hear what he has to say about the so-called UFOs and so-called aliens. It's pretty harrowing. It's pretty startling information, but you need to hear it all the same. And he just got back from Skinwalker Ranch. He was personal friends with the gentleman who bought Skinwalker Ranch and launched the NIDS project. Old Bob, brother Bob over there. So, and he's one of the heads of MUFON right now. He's got his own area. He's got his own field office and field investigation team. So the guy, he knows his stuff. He knows what's going on. Linda Arrington, I've not seen you. Welcome to the BDRP. I know the fear you're talking about, and it will leave you. And there's only one way that it will. If you want to reach out to me after the show, you're more than welcome to, and we can talk about it. But that fear that you feel is not from a living, breathing, normal animal. I've been stalked by a cougar before. Some people call them cougars, mountain lions, whatever you want to say. I've been stalked through the woods. I was going onto somebody else's property because this slough ran onto his property and ended in a pond. And there was some good channel cat that get caught in there somehow. And the pond wasn't, it wasn't shallow, but it wasn't too deep. And I'd want to fish those channel cat out and those mud cats. So, anyways, this slough had its sides risen up a little bit. And I just thought I heard, Chris, you may remember this. I told it on the old channel. I may have told it at that camp out too. But I heard something follow me. Every time I would take some steps, it would take some steps. But it was very, very light and faint. So much so that I thought it was my imagination. Well, as it's going up this embankment and it drops back down real steep, I kind of look behind me and I see movement. I'm like, what the what? So I take a couple more steps, and at a half step, I kind of look back over my shoulder, and I see a flash of brown in this bush. And I look, and I see these eyes, right? And I knew exactly what it was. And you've seen a cat before when it's like kind of scratching with its front paws like it's going to pounce forward. I had a little 25 on me at the time, and I tried to shoot it right in the eyeball, but it all happened so fast. I had to walk back out of there knowing that thing had ran off into the woods somewhere. That was a very I did a very, very high step run or a jog on the way out, believe me. But that feeling that I had, like that feeling that you get when you're being stalked by something that can hurt you. You don't even have to know. It's like the wolf and the rabbit. The rabbit knows the wolf's in the woods without even having to see it or be in its really direct vicinity. You just feel it. You feel it in your body. It's not even that type of fear. It's a fear that I would make. The only thing I can think of, and I've said this on Channel LaGrove show, is my first interview I did outside my own channel. When I got home, the only thing I could compare it to is when I got the phone call that my mom wasn't going to make it when I thought she was doing well when I was like 15 years old. She had pancreatic cancer. And just a few days before I got that phone call, she had got up and made breakfast just like old Tom. She was a big, sturdy old Arkansas gal, 5'11", just a big farm girl. And I don't ever remember seeing her doing anything but standing up a whole lot through childhood. You know, she was just and I had a father that was there, but he was rudimentary. You know, old paratrooper, don't do anything to upset your mama. He was mama's policeman, basically. She was, and not to say she usurped the man's power whatsoever. It's just, you know, the brains and brawn type thing. I knew it and respected it. But when I thought that she was doing better and she was going to turn, and of course, you know, I'd read all the material even back then of the mortality rate of that type of cancer, but I never lost hope. So the feeling I got when I got in my car and drove to that hospital that day was the only thing. It was this horrific ugliness that you can. I mean, you can't do nothing with it. It's not. It's fear for lack of a better word. Hello, Lisa Coast. Thank you for joining us. So, 3 things you can take from the show. Number 1, don't get bogged down and don't allow yourself to be brought into these roundabout, like endless conversations about, oh, what round would do it? How about exploding this and liquid that and silver and night and gold and all this other kind of. Listen, that gentleman, and as a matter of fact, if he's still living, he was old. If he's still living, he was wanting to do a show with me way back in the day, and he got sick, and I just fell out of contact with him. But I mean, hearing him tell that story too about when he got picked up, and it was a lot like what happened to Osman, except he was in a group of people, and everybody was awake except him. And this thing just came and snatched his ass up and threw him over his shoulder. And he said he took off sprinting, and it felt like he was on a piece of machineries. He was on a piece of machinery that had flesh around it. He says, you know, when you run, you can like feel the fat on top of your muscle. He said it just felt like a big muscular piece of machinery was carrying him. And he said he didn't even look. He just put that gun and he felt around where his ear hole was and he pushed it as far in as he could and he just shot like 4 times. And then this is after trying to stab it. He said stabbing it wasn't doing anything. He felt it piercing, but he would only get so far into the skin. So yeah, high caliber round, of course. And I'm not suggesting you try to shoot him with the 22, like from any kind of significant space away. I'm not. Listen, let me back up on that. As a matter of fact, I'm not suggesting you go out and go out of your way to shoot any of these things. Let me be clear on that. We're just talking ideas. That's all. We just talking politics. So, yeah, again, I'm telling you, if you're a property owner, burn them out. Do whatever you want to. Do one of those old pagan, heathen Norseman blood eagles on them for all I care. They're not us. And that's the point I'm at. The situation down in Brown Springs, and I can guarantee you the folks that have gone down there have not really experienced anything. They probably moved out of the area because you got this place that was pretty much abandoned except for fishermen that lived directly within walking distance of that place. And every now and again, some ghost folks would go out to the cemetery. And Kumbo and his crew went out there on an official investigation. I mean, you heard the show. That's the real deal. Kumbo's no liar. He's not a liar at all. As a matter of fact, everything he's telling you, like I don't know that he leaves much out, but if he's leaving much out, it's not because he wants to. I'll put it that way. But that site laid abandoned. Everybody was afraid to go down there who was some sort of non-Sooner. And then your boy goes down there without a gun and all that stuff, opens it back up, brings back evidence to validate exactly what Barry and Kumbo were saying. And we're off to the races. Now it's become, I guess, a tourist spot. But I guarantee you they left the area. There's no doubt in my mind. There's probably some stragglers down there. But this week when I go, and I hope I'm gonna be carrying a camera. I'm gonna get as much footage. I'm gonna get more footage than I used to back in the day. Because I want people to become intimately familiar with these characters. Nobody's asking themselves why are they on the peripherals when all they have to do is do an about face, and they're facing sometimes hundreds of thousands of acres of unoccupied land. But they're right on the peripheral. They're right there on the tree line. Why? That don't make a lot of sense, does it? It does if that's where they're supposed to be. If that is actually their station. If they have no more interest in going deeper in the woods than we do. Well, what makes you say that, Dean? I think y'all know exactly what makes me say that. I took it to scripture a lot, and this is the spiritual. Now I'll get into the spiritual aspect of it. We talked about the other boring stuff that everybody else talks about. Let's talk about the spiritual aspect of it. I'm sorry to hear that, Richard Cox. Man, it's hard, bro. I was a mama's boy. I ain't too ashamed to say it. You know, she was an alpha female, to say the least. So, anyways, in the spiritual aspect of these things, it would make a lot of sense if they were watching from the peripherals in accordance to Revelation chapter number 8. And then just think about it. They're chasing people out of the woods. That's the worst you probably heard is these isolated incidents of somebody being carried off or hurt or harmed or killed. But the lion's share of things that you hear are sightings. The encounters are bluff charges, somebody being chased out of an area. How do we know in these bluff charges and these folks getting chased out that these, especially the Sasquatch, I'm on the Sasquatch now, but even some dogmen, how do we know they're not just chasing us out of an area to try to scare us, that they're chasing us out to try to get us away from something that's a whole lot more dangerous than them? I'll start at the very beginning to tell you about when I went in there by myself and I could just feel all these creatures around me. And all of a sudden it's like a switch flip. The same area, it's like this pocket of reality that I step into where they are. It just feels different. The air is different. There's no wind. There's no sound. And it's just you and them. And if you have fear, that's when I believe that they will exploit that fear. But God does not give us a spirit of fear, but of power, love, and a sound mind. Power comes before love and a sound mind because that power comes from that. The power is that of God's. And it's faith. You got to look up the definition of faith. I don't have faith in these things. I believe these things because I know they to be true. He surgically dissected fear for me during that first encounter, my first sighting, rather, when that juvenile, the little punk teenager, came up over that little hill and walked like a spade. Its elbows were turned out and his hands were turned kind of inwards, but still facing forward. It's very strange. I don't know if that was an intimidation thing. And it's like he went under these row of bushes. He like dug and then popped back up. And he pushed himself and he was looking up at me with these big block teeth. And he made some strange noise. And he pushed himself back the same way that he came. And it was otherworldly. It was surreal. But when I was in this area this time, when I knew there was at least 3 around me, it was like something happened. So a switch got flipped somewhere. And you can hear him just take off. You can see the brush pop and move. And one that was, I think that was the teenager. You can actually hear him running off. And that's when that fear that you're talking about, ma'am, that young lady who was talking about her dogman encounter, that's when I felt that fear start to creep in. So I do believe that there are other things that'll make Dogman and Bigfoot get some yonder. Like straight up. Make Bigfoot and Dogman get some yonder. Like to get the hell out of Abu Dhabi. That was the only time I've ever experienced that. It never really happened again. And I left with them. You know, as curious and as sort of safety challenges I am, I guess it would be a way you could put it. Like I put myself into direct danger and I'll think about it after the fact. I wasn't sticking around. It didn't even occur to me to try to see what was going on or to follow that feeling, because when I tell people I don't look down the track, that's what I mean. You go towards the feeling that you want to get away from, and that's where they are. Am I right, Sooner Sasquatch? He knows what I'm talking about. Sooner Sasquatch says the bad thing is you never know what type you're dealing with, which would be a little helpful if you could somehow know. Pray about it. Bro, like, I don't know what it is. I don't know if like it's discernment. I'm pretty sure it's just discernment of the Spirit of God. Or it's just, some people would call it being an empath, I've heard people say. But when I say I can feel them, like I feel them. Like it's weird. I don't know how to explain it. I found it mighty funny that most people interested in this field either want to know the Lord, have known the Lord, and have willingly rebelled, or are children of believers. And I don't mean like, the clock watching cafeteria line Christians. I'm talking about real believers. Like, not anybody who's going to Joel Osteen's church or watching on TV the name it, claim it, blab it, grab it crowd. Real Bible believers. It's their children, which is in our age range, who have these difficulties with their faith. Let's call it that. And a lot of them are in this field. And I'm glad. I'm glad of it. I sincerely hope that they find the way with the capital W. Because folks who are inundating themselves with the stories and the encounters and the people who go around the creatures, they're wanting answers. And we are spirit beings. We just happen to be encased in flesh. So we're going to seek spiritual answers for spiritual problems. You can no more fight a spiritual problem with a naturalist or a fleshly mindset, no more than you could, a barbarian could fight a gentleman, or vice versa, using any kind of typical types of warfare. So that was a terrible analogy. You know what I'm saying, though. Most people in this field that I've spoken to, and myself included, if you go back and listen to the real problem with the Bigfoot and Dogman, the real conspiracy with Bigfoot and Dogman, that was, everybody thought that was current. That was from 2015, which kind of makes me feel good because that means like I'm consistent, at least. If you really listen, though, that's when I really had that fire lit in me. We'd got had the Bigfoot experiences. The poltergeist stuff had taken place. But a lot of you, within the sound of my voice, have had the same thing. Poltergeist experiences that coincide with Bigfoot sightings. And the fact that we are still, by some stretch of the imagination, trying to link all this stuff with nature. Again, flamingos, the rhinoceros, the kangaroo, and the gorilla. Folks, it wasn't that long ago when they were considered cryptids. And you could hear people describe them. Like, think about it. Describe a hippopotamus. It's a big cow with a giant mouth and big block teeth that can live in the water. It lives under the water. And it comes up sometimes at night. And it can grab a whole boat with its mouth. Describe a kangaroo. It's got long, tall ears and a big snout. And it can jump. And it can jump 8 feet up in the air. And it can jump 12 feet in front of it. And it can jump and chase you at 30, 40 miles an hour. Describe a flamingo. Bird on stilts. And it has pink feathers and a long hook for a... That sounds like, I could hear pirates describing these creatures when they go to these unexplored lands. That's not what we're dealing with here. That's not what we're dealing with. You could see flamingos from a mile away. They're not trying to hide. They're not moving when drops of rain that have been built up in leaves and the wind blows, when the drops of rain hit the ground, they're not using that to mask their footsteps. These things have way, way too many abilities that seem otherworldly. Like, a lot of people say it's infrasound. You've heard of the infrasound, right? I wish you could get on. I wish, send me put your address, or your email address in the chat, Chris. You can jump on here with me, because you've been doing it as long, if not longer, than me. You know all this stuff, and he can vouch for it, folks. I haven't talked to this man in years, but if he's still in the field, I'd like to hear if it's getting any more prevalent. What people are referring to as infrasound, it doesn't apply like infrasound from an elephant or infrasound from a tiger. It's something completely different than that. It's like the natives say they are using some form of hypnosis. They're hypnotizing these people. And a lot of you attribute some of these missing folks in the missing 411 to these creatures. It makes you think, in almost sub-zero temperatures, people are taking off their clothes on trails, taking off their clothes, folding them nice and neat, leaving them on the trail, and casually walking into the woods barefoot, no socks, no shoes. They're all sitting there in a pile. So are they doing that, or is something doing that for them? We can't discount the hand of man in all this too. Those Luciferians and those Satanists do go out to the old growth forest to do their wicked rituals and stuff. And that goes into the missing people, the amount of missing women and young girls that go unreported every year, especially, and I may make some people mad with this, but tell the truth and shame the devil, especially on Native American reservations, reservation land. You go find some data on the missing women and young girls on any reservation in the United States. Good luck to you. But you ask somebody who's lived on reservation land for a prolonged period of time, you ask them about it, and just look at their reaction to you. They ain't got to say nothing. Just look them in the eyes when you ask. What's happening to those women and those girls? As you know, reservation land is protected federally. They answer to their own tribal council. They have their own system of law, so much so that Oklahoma now, half of it has gone back to treaties from the 1800s. The 1800s, folks. Yeah, and that's another thing, brother. And Greg Graham is a part of our auxiliary team here in the DW family. And he is a personal partner in the work that we do of mine. And I'm very happy that he's on board. He's a great man, good, godly, praying man. And he's got that red phone to our Father who art in heaven. He's got the red phone. You remember Batman back in the day? You pick up that red phone, you know it's about to be some action. 30-06 is my favorite gun, darling. Glad that you actually were able to join us. Welcome to BDRP. So I'm not trying to make it all convoluted. What I'm saying is these things can and have been killed. I mean, that's just facts. People may not like it, but it is what it is. And there are still people out there who believe that these things, these creatures, these monsters somehow need us in any kind of way. They don't need anything from us. In their areas that they occupy, they are superior. They just are. We have our technology and whatnot, but that can only take us so far. Yeah, like Striking Truth has said, these things that turn into skinwalkers. What I find very interesting, Striking Truth, is that the German werewolf, or where we get our werewolf story, it originated in Germany. Somebody would, and I don't understand this, but they would kill one of their neighbors or somebody they know as the sacrifice. There's always a blood sacrifice, always when it involves this kind of stuff, from changing from one thing to the next or getting some sort of massive amount of magic with the K power. So in Germany, you want to be a werewolf, you go and kill your wolf, make a belt or a pelt, and go and kill somebody that you know, your neighbor, friend, and you, I believe, take some of the blood, sprinkle it on the pelt, put it over your shoulders, or it was usually turned into a belt, and you go and sit in a cemetery for an unnamed amount of time while there's a full moon. And before the moon goes completely down, you leave the cemetery. And after that, every full moon, you are able to transform into a werewolf. But the more you do it, the more likely it is that you can never transform back into a human. Now, let's go across the pond, the big pond. Let's go back to the Americas when there were actual Native American tribes, that these primitive peoples with their small tribal units. No, they had cities. They had cities and sanitation crews, and they knew to keep their waste separate from their food, when in Europe they were throwing piss pots out of the kitchen window. The way that we've been taught about Native American life in this country before colonialism is completely different than what it was. I mean, and there's lots of historical facts to back that up. It's just they're not going to give us that at public school. But I digress. You go and you look at any one of these tribes, because they have the same things going on. They just had different names for them. Some of these tribal people couldn't communicate with another tribe because they were so separate, yet they have the same rituals and the same beasts and monsters. So the skinwalker, you know how you become a skinwalker? You go and kill the animal that you want to transform to, turn it into a pelt, turn it into a hoodie, go into some deep, dark cave, no light, no humans. Oh, and this is, of course, after the blood sacrifice. But this one, in most cases that I've seen, you have to kill somebody you sincerely love. Meditate on that. Think about that. To transform into a fox or a wolf or a deer, you have to kill somebody you sincerely love. That sentence is just, in and of itself, is perversion. How can you kill someone you sincerely? That's madness. To turn into an animal? But folks did it. So they make this pelt, they throw it on themselves, and they stay in the cave for some amount of time. I don't remember what it was at any one of them. I couldn't get past the killing someone you sincerely love part. I mean, that's a hard read. You know what I'm saying? So you get past that, and when you emerge from the cave at night, you can transform into this creature. But the more you do it, the less likely it is you'll be able to transform back. And some tribes say that you would take on some of the personality traits and attributes of the animal that you turned into, and the animal will never look perfect because God makes things perfect. Am I right? So they're not turning into, and Sooner Sasquatch, I had your permission like twice. I'm going to do another breakdown for the new channel. Sooner Sasquatch has the best evidence of a skinwalker there is. I thought it was a dog man at first, but the more I think about it and the physical attributes, it had to be a skinwalker. It had to be. And knowing the area that he went into, I mean, we're in Oklahoma, folks. This is where they sent all the tribes who were either defeated in combat or who signed the so-called peace treaty. So this land is inundated with that kind of stuff. And again, like I said, half the state, because we have one of the worst governors in the history of governors in the United States. Possible. He's an idiot. But half the state has gone back to old Native American treaties, and I don't think we've even seen the repercussions from that yet. I mean, there's folks who've had the land since the land run here in Oklahoma. They came from original Sooners, hundreds of acres. At any point in time, as far as I can understand, why can't these tribal governors and stuff and these First Nations people, why can't they go and say, hey, you're technically on our land, so we're just going to go ahead and take this from you. You have a day to get off before we come with the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the Light Horse Police. What's to stop them? So, anyways, Governor Kevin Stitt, you heard it here, you heard it here first, unless you're an Oklahoman. He's a blithering idiot. But I digress. Sooner Sasquatch has one of the best videos of a skinwalker out there. God makes things perfect. So they would always, that's why you see the weird horned man or whatever. Whenever they turn into these creatures, they're not going to look like the creature they're turning. They'll be similar, but they're going to look like abominable monsters like they are. So I could bag one of those. I'd be more than happy to. So, it's going to happen. It's going to come up where a family's going to call and they have one of these rogues or something of that nature. And instead of just telling them to get their brush hog out or going to go help them burn some, some brush down, I'm just going to go out there and bag one. And I'm not going to take it to no lab. I'm just going to leave it laying there. I'll cut a toe off or something, maybe. Who knows? But I'm at my wit's end with the debates about everything. You know what I mean? Nobody is ever going to know what these things are. I don't believe that. Not me, not you, not anybody. We have our ideas. I mean, some of our educated guesses may be right on the money, but are they are the Bigfoot a type of us? No. Are the dogmen? I don't even think anybody even says a dogman is any kind of a hominid. It's not. They are definitely monsters. But you can say with the same breath that Bigfoot are. Whenever you can use inert like sounds and just the nature itself, creation itself, you use that to your advantage in every perceivable way. Things that we don't think of, they know intimately well to help them hide themselves. They use nature against us. And I don't know if, I think Chris and I from Center Sasquatch, I think we've talked about this before. I know I've talked about it with Mark Zatsky and other real field investigators. But, and it sounds crazy when I say this, but I think I think they replant trees. I think they take significant landmarks and take, I mean, because they're 8, 9 feet tall, made of muscle. It ain't gonna take nothing for you and your homeboys to unroot a tree and put it somewhere else. I've seen areas, and I've compared my footage to the areas that I've been in where this phenomenon looked like it is taking place. And of course, you got videos out there now of trees that seem to walk. So who knows what's going on? Thank you, Sooner Sasquatch. You're awesome. What are you gonna hear under both of your profiles or what? Chris Dickinson, let me tell you, he's one of the coolest cats that I've met doing this. And I'm going to drop my email down in the chat. And that's just not for him. That's for anybody who wants to reach out and has any questions, or who wants step-by-step details on how to bag one of these cryptids. No, I'm just kidding on that last part, sort of. I'll tell you the real reason I want to bag one, folks. I found this old Native American cookbook, and I hear Bigfoot, like Bigfoot chili and Bigfoot barbecue. It'll make your tongue want to reach back and slap your tonsils. Some Bigfoot steak with a little bit of wild onions, some carrots and sweet corn. Some good eats. I was born in the right era, because they like to eat. They used to like to eat and kill us. I mean, somebody had to return the favor. But I'll tell you what, the sulfur smell. I've not smelled the sulfur smell in the whole time I've been doing this, Cage and Jules. I think that's some other type of shit going on. I think that's the adversary straight up and down. I smelled it where it smells like an old nursing home mixed with a dirty diaper, mixed with like a old wino. Smell that before. That funk, that dookie pee-pee smelling funk. Let's put together. Don't threaten me with a good time sooner. You already know I'm down, baby. We can do it this week. Straight up and down. Who wants to go with me and Sooner Sasquatch out to Brown Springs and see some Sasquatch and possibly Dogman? And as long as I've known this gentleman, we have yet to kind of do an investigation together, which is shameful, I say, on both of our parts. The one I did with Chuck was awesome. You got 13 people out there in the woods, and they say the big numbers, you're not going to see anything, folks. Chuck's labs from I think it was Chasing the Beast. We did a co-group investigation into Brown Springs, and I had more activity in those 3.5 days. I think it was 3.5, 2.5, 3.5, something like that. I had more activity in those handful of days than I ever had before when I was by myself. I mean, they had FLIR. They were bringing the base. They had a bunch of yeah, tell Chuck I said what's up and tell him to get a hold of me, man. What's up, Jeremy Wilson? Like, Chuck's Labs is the real deal, bro. He's the truth. He's a lot like me in the fact that I just think he has some inert, weird connection to this stuff. But there was another gentleman. He's a preacher. Me and him became real good buddies. That was my road dog during this little expedition. But we were on the heels of this one. We think it was an adult male who was following us. And somehow he segued us, got in front of us, and cut back down south towards the river. And he went through this grass. You could see it was what you call a tall man trail through this grass. So we're on his heels, and this dude must have been moving like lightning. I mean, you can see where he had swabbed the trail down. So we're going down to try to find where he was. All of a sudden, the radio goes off and says, "Hey, D, we have one on the FLIR in a nest, and we've accidentally cornered it." I'm like, "Oh, well, that's probably not a good thing." I get over there. He says that they got movement coming up from the southeast on them. Not from where we were. We're in the southwest. They had it coming from the other way as soon as he got to that clearing where this nest was. Now, this nest was in the floodplain, and it was pushed up against where the ground rises up on this hill. The nest, it looked like somebody took their hand, a giant took his hand and just pushed the nest up against this hill. And I get over there, and everybody's got, like, not everybody, but I think Chuck had his. Everybody had a gun. And I think Chuck had his gun unholstered, but everybody was, nobody was going to shoot. These were good, straight dudes. I couldn't have asked for a better group of people to go out there with. Another gentleman named Bear, not Bear from Bear and Coonbo. No, not him, but this other gentleman named Bear. I call him Bear. Let's see. We have the gentleman who sold me Vanna White, the greatest exploratory van this side of heaven. There was quite a number of us. A lot of people left after that first night, but the first night we were there, we were just having fellowship, and these things were all around us. So that the name of Jesus came up a lot, and that helps solidify that they are physical beasts. I'll get back to that. So this nest is pushed up against this hill. I get to the clearing where they are, and I could feel it. I could feel that tension as soon as I left. As soon as we broke the tree line and I hit that clearing where they were, you could just feel it. It was palpable. And I'm like, oh, shit. Like, what do y'all got going on over here? So I look on the FLIR, and sure enough, you can see this little thing's heart just a beating. It's standing up in this nest, and its heart, I mean, it was probably the size of a toddler, and its heart was just a beating. It was crazy. And I was like, man, put up your gun, bro. And I gave him mine because I actually brought a gun this time. And I walked up to the nest very, very, very slowly. And they said they were watching it on FLIR. They said as soon as I got to the mouth of that nest, that this thing disappeared into the hill. Well, my boy, the preacher, was on top of the hill looking down, and he saw the movement of black go into the hill and a hole that it went into. And that's when Barry pointed out something very, very, he's an Oklahoman too, pointed out something very, very peculiar and interesting, that the tribe up where he is, he calls them the cousin to the beaver. And it's just like stuff started falling in place. That thing collapsed the hole as it was going through it. It was like it pushed its feet back and it was collapsing the hole as it was going through it. Because when I seen it, when I actually put my head inside the nest and like looked in there, you could see where a hole was. But no creature, no hole. I mean, I learned more in the field during those couple of days than probably the previous year going out there by myself or with one or two other people. It was just phenomenal. And I really learned what technology could bring you. Because, I mean, I was primitive. At first, I'd bring a journal, you know what I mean? And I take down all these points of interest, like anybody would be interested in them. I don't know who I was going to turn all this shit into. Of course, that got lost with the destruction of the relationship I was in. All that stuff got lost and thrown away and all that good stuff. But things like this happen. It was just really, really fascinating how, and I didn't like to go out at night. I have up before that, but seeing the things that are moving around you at night and how close they are on that FLIR in that in the night vision that they had, very, very unsettling. So going back to the first night, everybody got out there kind of late. It was already dark. We set up a camp within the first threshold, I called it. The first threshold is what do you mean, Merlin? Anyways, we set up camp within that first threshold. Now there's spots in this area that I call thresholds. Within the first threshold is where human beings go, and they don't usually move past. Whether they know these creatures are there or not, I've been down there plenty of times, and I observe the people that come down there. I don't know if it's something subconscious in them, but they don't move past that first threshold. They just don't do it. So we set up camp within the first threshold because, I think I told Chuck, I was like, bro, all these people here, like this would be a cool place to, bed down. A lot of them went to the hotel. I won't name names, DDoS. No, I did camp out the first night, but I took my black ass to the hotel that second night. I was like, if y'all got a room, I'll sleep on the floor. I don't care. There's no reason to sleep in these occupied areas if you don't have to. Blood is the currency in the spirit realm. Blood. Can I say it better myself? What's up, big homie? So you got the big dogs in the chat chasing the truth with Sean Graham and Dark Waters himself. That's the boss, man. I got to straighten up. Let me stop cussing and stuff. Anyways, as I was saying. But anyways, we're camped within this first threshold, and y'all, we fellowship. There was 13 men out there, and we fellowship and talked about what the Lord had done for us. We talked about Bible stories. I mean, it was awesome. It was just awesome. So Bear pulls out the FLIR, right? And he just does a sweep to see what's around us. And there's like 4 points of interest around us, and they're really, really close. One's a whole lot closer than the other ones. And you can see it. It looks like it was laying down. I mean, it was as big as a big old sow, like a 300-something pound sow. So I think it was one of the young ones. And me and the preacher, because we didn't care, we were savages. They were like, man, I bet one of us can just go up there, because it was on one side of the floodplain and we were on the other. Well, we were way away from the floodplain, actually, about 25 yards, and it was on the other side of the floodplain. So they kept it on FLIR, and we volunteered to go. And he had his AR, but he had it shouldered. And I was like, and we were chopping it up, talking back and forth. We were laughing going up there, bro. It was just great. And we're like, man, we got to the other side of the floodplain. We can see dark. We can see, the outlines and movement in the darkness. And I was like, bro, I don't feel nothing bad coming from this thing. He's like, I don't either. I was like, man, you want to walk up to it? Just like walk up and see what it does. Like, I'm down. So like we like Huckleberry Finn and Tom Sawyer, like just as soon as we step down in the floodplain, we got maybe a few steps. And folks, as sure as you hear me, this thing just stood up slow and casual, and just walked off. It didn't run. You didn't hear trees busting down. It stood up and it walked off. And I've thought about that for weeks and months. There was 4 of them at least. And there was even more after we did that, because it sounded like they moved in closer. And we didn't stop fellowshipping. We didn't stop talking about the Lord. We were laughing and cutting up and having a good old time. Folks, I believe those are the physical creatures. I believe that they felt the Spirit of God move while we were fellowshipping, and they went, hey, what are these guys talking about? That's a new feeling in this area. It's usually all these weird spirit demons around. Now there's something different in here. Like that dummy that comes in here all the time. Now there's a bunch of more dummies. But no, in all seriousness, I think they felt the Spirit of God move, and they were listening to us talk about him. I think they were listening to us talk about the Lord. And if I can get Chuck Slabs on here, bro, he could probably tell you more detail. Like, I was elated. It was fun. And at night, I mean, it's always been harrowing in there at night. Never felt comfortable. I'd go and do some investigations on my own, and I'd take a couple of people, but I especially didn't feel comfortable taking anybody in there at night, because I just knew one of these wicked dog men or whatever that thing was I saw in that area, like, was going to jump out of a tree and wreck somebody, and I'd be the one allowed to walk out of there. And guess who's going to Guantanamo Bay? It ain't gonna be the dog man. And that made me a little bit of it made me really trepidatious at first. That was the reason why I didn't want to take anybody in there. Folks, I had somebody offer me $1,000 cash in hand, because looking back on it, they wanted me to be their bird dog for these creatures. And I refuse to do that for anybody. I'll lead you to some quicksand before I lead you to these creatures if you want me to bird dog them. But he offered me $1,000 cash in hand. But he also wanted me to stay out there and stay the night and all this kind of stuff in this area. And I wasn't having it. I wanted to go home and get in the bed with my pretty girlfriend and get my daughter off to school the next day. I don't want to stay out there with the monsters. There was no need for it. And as we're moving through the morning, as he's talking and whatnot, I missed the channel so I could actually give you a frame of reference for this. I'm filming one and he's in the frame and it's 30 yards right behind him. And of course we're in a floodplain, so sometimes the ground will shift up and roots will tear and whatnot. It's in this root ball where this root ball's pushed back. It's made like a little cave like thing, and you can see it in there. You can see its eyes blinking, just bold as Dallas. We don't have situational awareness anymore, I don't think. I mean, because this guy, and he was ex-military. And I'm the first person on both sides for at least 4 generations on both sides to not join any branch of the military. So let you know how much that's worth. So DW and I came up with a great idea. And I hope I'm not letting the cat out of the bag too soon. But I call it Operation Sermon on the Mount. No, I'm never going to be anybody's bait, sweetheart. I'm too clever for that. But no, they were. This has happened on 3 different occasions, and I know for a fact that, like the benefactor I told you about at the very beginning, they saw something that they didn't have. They wanted me to bird dog these things for them, and when I figured it out, it just pissed me off because I had a good working relationship with them. I'd wander about in their area, and they wouldn't move. I know these things have an innate hatred of us. Maybe not us as a whole, like individuals, they could probably, but even as close as I've gotten, I don't think they'd ever let me touch them. So let's do this. Since we're doing a deep dive into it, I was going to save this, but we can do it now. Why not? I'm having fun. It's like old times, ain't it, Diesel? So we're going to look at something. You may have seen it before. Probably have. That is a juvenile down in Brown Springs. That was a picture I snapped because I felt them straight up. I don't know any other way to explain it. I felt it following us, and I saw some movement. And I want you to notice this thing right in front of it. It looks like the frame from the Superman emblem. Now that I'm looking at it, it almost looks like an S turned sideways in the middle. That is nothing physical, folks. Look at how it's distorting everything around it. Directly around it is this weird black box. Look how it's coming up. It almost looks like from the tree. Are y'all seeing this? Do I really want to touch him? I mean, not necessarily. The blonde female, like she didn't look too bad. Neither did the alpha female for a big monster. But I mean, do y'all see this being, this creature? You can even see the tufts of hair, but you can also see all these strange faces with symmetry and eyes and all that. That's what I say. I don't know if these things are cloaking themselves or this weird spiritual energy or these spiritual beings that seem to just attach themselves to it. Melvin Harrison, what 2 images do you see? I'm very curious to see what y'all see. Do you see what I see? So check it out. This is when I sharpened it up a little bit, which honestly, all that did is bring out this weird spirit stuff more. Now there you can see there's an eye. You still can see this little portal thing, for lack of a better word. It is a crazy picture. You don't remember this, bro? I had it on the channel back in the day. But see, I never drew any attention to any evidence that I put up. I just put it up. This is no doubt, in my mind, a juvenile. You can see now. You can kind of see the tufts of hair on the top of the head a little bit better. Look at that handsome son of a gun. Anyways, so y'all did see that, right? Old Uncle D's not losing his marbles. Yes, and I did see the 2 separate faces, but I believe there's one in there that's physical, and there's one in there that's not so physical. So now, when somebody goes out and says, "Oh, I don't think they does," I don't think they also seen anything. I think that he's just making stuff up. I think he's making stuff up. You can tell him like, no, boy, he's the real deal Holyfield. Let's take another look, because why not? I've been on here. I've been blabbering on for an hour and 30 minutes. See, now again, look at the top, look, like in between these branches, there's like little gray hairs. And then beneath that, it almost looks like it has this widow's peak. And I see an eyebrow and a definite eyeball. But and see this spiraling spirit thing in the middle. Looks like a meerkat in the white. Yeah, you think the eye looks reptilian? No, I don't think the eye looks reptilian at all. Like, oh shit, now that you mention it, it kind of does. Yeah. I've looked at this for years and I've never noticed that, bro. Now I can't see anything but that. So yeah, let's take this down. Yes, definitely more than one. Now, see, when I put that on there, and all I was trying to do was sharpen up a little bit. And this is like, it's not even that sharp. I didn't use like some kind of crazy. I didn't go overboard. You know what I'm saying? But when you do that, like it looks like, hold on, boom. Not too bad. It's kind of hazy, kind of grainy. But when you do that, there's all sorts of symmetry of different faces and eyes looking at you that I see. Yeah, Miss Benita, you really can see that eye. Because your boy D Dawson's a savage, Miss Wilcox. You know, y'all think it's a game. Let me show you something else. Well, did D Doss really go down there to Brown Springs unarmed and get so close to the creatures? Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah, I mean, and see, like the ex that I call the woman astride the beast. She took all my hard drives. I don't know what she was trying to do. Besides prove idiocy is an incurable disease, but she took the wrong one. Like anyways, yeah. So let's see. Where is it at? There's one picture, and I've yet to find it. I've yet to go through the entirety of that hard drive, but it's sincerely my favorite picture that I've ever taken. It's not one of those ones where I could feel it, and then I took a picture, and then I saw it. I actually saw it with my eyes. It was this nest it was in fall, and they made this nest, and it was so slick that like you would know, you would think you were just looking at, some, how do I explain that? You wouldn't know what you were looking at if you were just passing through. But if you were a very obsessive, undiagnosed ADHD person like me, then you know exactly what was taking place. So remember when I told you that there was dog men and Bigfoot within the same nest? And you said you didn't believe it? I don't know if anybody said that, but let's pretend. Let's make a straw man. So that is, I'll show you the other one where you can actually see the Bigfoot. That is a dog man eyeball, I believe, looking back at you. I took this during the daytime. So again, these things will make you get some yonder. The spirits going to attach themselves to humans. Why not? Thank you, Grande Gringo. Honestly, that's where I'm at with it. That's what I believe is taking place. The Bible says, preach the word unto all creatures, right? That's all creation. That's not including just man. God created more than just us. So, and that's why I'm going to do Operation Sermon on the Mount. Bro, you don't know how creepy it was. This day was, remember this? I just told you about the incident where the gentleman ran away from home and he saw the elderly Bigfoot. And he said she was coughing and she was bent over. And even when she was bent over, he could tell she was more than 7 feet tall. and she was real skinny and gaunt, and her mouth was open, and she was slobbering, and she had just a few strands of hair on her chin, and kind of a longer, like witch type nose, and I remember these descriptive details because we were in this cabin as he was describing it. And I felt more uncomfortable than he did. Honestly, bro, like I said, it's like that pocket dimension that you step into. I don't know if it's because God just surgically dissected fear from me, or hey, how'd y'all like my video? I'm gonna go back and like clip that out, so y'all are gonna be the only ones to see that. I'm actually gonna start throwing stuff on my other channel because I have other interest in these monsters and demons, and to keep my sanity, I have to entertain those other interests. But even when you like put it in the negative, you can still see all these weird faces, like these ethereal faces. So it goes back to what I said at the very beginning. Yes, sir, Mr. Graham. I look forward to it. It's like I said at the very beginning, there's other stuff going on out there. And getting back to the root of this show, they can die. I mean, you saw that there was in that mishmash of things like an actual physical creature. So I can open up for questions if y'all have any questions or anything. We'll spend like we're at 142. Give it 3 minutes. 3-4 minutes. I appreciate that. I mean, I've got better ones. I've got better ones, but like I stopped. Miss Wilcox, when I first started, like I said, I was this purist. I wanted to prove the creature was real because, like any normal human being, you start experiencing this stuff, you're gonna be the mayor of Trip Out City. Like I was within 2.5 miles of my research. Wait a minute. About 4.5 miles of my research area. I could literally like eat a breakfast burrito, drink a cup of coffee, and still have like most of the coffee left by the time I was pulling in and putting it in the park, going in my research area. And as the crow flies, it was a whole lot less time than that. Now, I mean, and it was nothing but pastures and fields in between literally my house and my research area. And that's when I stopped wanting to take the trash out at night. But as the Holy Spirit started moving on me, like I saw that stuff is part of it too. It brings you maybe not the physical kind, definitely not the physical kind, but that stuff around it and attached to it, they want to bring you into fear. I don't think it's a coincidence that myself and others have experienced poltergeist activity after getting into this field. Same with UFOs, same with the ghost investigators. And I hope I'm not stepping on toes when I say this, but that's the stupidest shit I've ever heard in the entirety of my 38 years on this planet. How can you investigate folks, believe it or not, because I know where a lot of us are cut from the same cloth. I've heard people say, and you're going to think I'm telling you a joke. I've heard people say, "Oh, we can help them cross over. We can help them find their way. They just got lost on their way to the pearly gates." What? That's like me going to Japan, not knowing the land nor the language, and offering tour guides. We don't have an innate understanding, even us that are born again, of the spirit world. We know what the Bible tells us and what the Spirit leads us unto understanding, but we don't know what goes on the other side of the veil. Why, when Peter was locked in prison and one of the handmaid saw him, she ran in and told Thomas, doubting Thomas, which people use that as a slur, but doubting Thomas, he was, I mean, I can relate to doubting Thomas. They're saying they're seeing some like outlandish stuff. He's like, I don't believe that. What are you talking about? I believe Jesus rose from the dead when I stick my hand in his wound. You seen him crucified and beat to death. What are you talking about? Same thing. This woman says, I just saw Peter. Told that to Thomas, right? Thomas like, girl, you tripping. You did not see Peter, you saw his angel. The insinuation being our personal angel or guardian angel looks like us. And I have heard honest men, born again believers, say that they have seen themselves, their doppelganger. They have seen their doppelganger or somebody else has in their house or around their house, and they get this fear that comes from them. Now, remember, we can't attribute, just because these things are bringing us into fear, we can't attribute that to them being, or attribute it to them being evil necessarily. Because all the old time prophets, almost all the old time prophets, when an angel appeared to them, and I'm not talking about Ezekiel, who probably, I would have had a heart attack. What Ezekiel saw, I believe, was some fourth dimensional being that he was trying, his brain was trying to process. But even when Daniel saw the angel, which was just like a messenger angel, which looked like us, like the angels that sacked Sodom and Gomorrah, he even kind of tripped out. He fell to his face to worship him. And when the Bible says that, I believe that they're just collapsing. When he says fall to your face to worship, he prostrated himself. He like literally fell and was like, oh, snap. And every angel, if you notice in the Bible, except the angel of the Lord, is quick to tell them not to do that. Like, oh, whoa, don't do that. I'm not God. Well, what are you doing? You're going to get my game smoked. You know what happened to my brothers? Yeah, if I was on the right side of the war during a rebellion and some human, prophet or not, start worshiping me, yeah, I'd tell them quick, fast, and hurry too. Merlin, is this an old school BDRP late show? Sweet. So, anyways, Peter, of course, an angel came and you know, and that incident in the Bible shows that these angels do have distinct personalities. He walks to the wall and like kicks his foot. Hey, get up, let's go. And unlocks the door for him, and they skedaddle. Well, this woman actually did see Peter, but the Romans got him, and they thought his goose was as good as cooked. So when she went and told Thomas that, hey, I just saw Peter. Oh, yeah, I bet you did. You didn't see Peter. You tripped out. You saw Peter's angel. Again, the insinuation being our personal guardian angel is our doppelganger. Maybe that's where that came from. Then you have the Opharim, the Seraphim, the cherubim. Cherubim having 4 different faces, being large. Ezekiel has the most graphic and scary description of angels there is. The wheels went up to the top of the sky. These wheels, and the spirit was in the wheel, and wherever the angel went, the wheel went, and they moved like bolts of lightning through the sky, which meant that he was literally seeing streaks of light, and they were covering large amounts of space in the blink of an eye. So that tells me that they have some sort of not a mastery of, but they aren't following our known laws of space and time. Look at Satan in the Bible. When he tempted our Lord and Savior, what did he do? And Satan took him to the top of the high steeple, and Satan took him to the top of a high mountain. Was he just grabbing up Jesus by the collar? Let's go, boom! And he's like moving through portals. I don't think that Jesus, after depriving himself of food and water, is going to be following our adversary anywhere. Think about it. Like, oh, hey, I want to show you something. Let's climb up here at the top of this steeple. I know you're weak. I'll help you up. So he is absolutely moving through space and time. And Job, it says he goes to and fro in the earth. In the Bible, it says this, the KJV, which is a transliteration, not a translation, folks. When you translate something from one language to the next, you lose a lot of the context because it's going to put it in a different word. Sometimes, you know, you're going to lose the context of what the original writer was trying to convey. Transliteration is simply taking that word and putting it in its English equivalent, thus not losing, most of the time, not losing any of the value of what the original writer was trying to convey. That's why studying is a whole lot better than reading. I wish I had that G.I. Joe thing. After that was a G.I. Joe moment. Now we know, and knowing is half the battle. But anyways, the spirit world, and how does this apply? I know what you're asking yourself. You're tripped out. Well, how does this apply to Bigfoot and Dogman? Have you not heard the stories of how Dogman and Bigfoot have just seemed to vanish in front of people's eyes or move like bolts of lightning through the trees? This is a supposed physical creature doing otherworldly spiritual stuff, right? We've heard this before. It's in the Bible. So to wrap this up, and I moved into my point accidentally on this, I do not believe they're the Nephilim. The Nephilim are the offspring of the angels that left their first estate, the Watchers. Given some of the attributes that have been attributed to them, I would say that they are the fallen angels themselves. Let's think about it. Man was made, I would say, a long time after angels. Angels were here before us, right? If you believe in the gap theory, which I mean, I don't really like to get into too much extra biblical stuff, but I'm a believer in the gap theory. If the Bible says that God doesn't make things void and without form, he makes everything perfect, what happened to make the earth void and without form? And then God's spirit moved on the face of the water. And he said, let there be light. But then he made the sun and the moon, which he said, what the Bible tells us, gave light. So what was the light that took place when his spirit moved? That was the light that lives within us. Something may have happened that was very dark and very evil in between Genesis 1:1 and Genesis 1:2. Just like I believe the Bible gives an account of Lilith without saying her name. You have to think these old-time biblical prophets, we call it now Jewish folklore, but they subscribe to that as being truth. So if they subscribe to it as being truth, and the Bible has a singular purpose to bring us unto salvation, so we can have that same relationship that Adam had in the garden. God wants to walk with us in the cool of the day. And that's what I want. I'm sure that's what all y'all want. That perfect peace that surpasseth all understanding. But we really need to start doing some deep dives into this stuff, folks, because I think we're moving into a 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 situation where we are going to have to be on our heels. We're going to have all of our stuff together, because even the very elect would be fooled if that were possible. If that were possible. People quote that and forget that part. Even the very elect would be fooled if that were possible. We are moving into a dangerous time of deception and deceit. And I would not want to see anybody get their jaws hooked in that deceit. Nobody. No matter how I feel about them, no matter how they feel about me. Because perilous times are among us already. Could you imagine it getting worse? I just paid $5 for a dozen eggs yesterday. A $5 bill. I said, what? So now it's time for old Dion to get him a Banny rooster and a couple of game hens. But folks, like I said, it is no man knoweth the time nor the hour, not even myself. That's what the Lord said. Only my Father who is in heaven. We're not even supposed to be pontificating about that day. We're just supposed to take glee in the fact that we have salvation. But we'll know the season when we're in it. The Euphrates River drying up. All these monsters, all of a sudden, I remember back when I first started in 2014, it just seems like it's been a slow uptick in activity since then. More and more and more people are starting to see them. Mickey Smith said something that looks interesting. Phil, the Bible was in the hand of the creeps for 1,700 years before we were allowed to look at it. Not saying the book is bad. It's hard to get all of it. It is hard, but I mean, I just had this conversation today. That's deja vu. Just because something's hard doesn't mean it's not worth it. I mean, I think I make easy situations hard for myself just out of habit, because nothing easy is really worth it. I mean, it'd be easy to go get a bottle of whiskey and find 2 or 3 girls, fall asleep with, and not even worry about this stream or talking to my brothers and sisters or making sure that these sins that they're perpetually in and these demons that they bring upon themselves, like, who cares? It's not me, right? So, and that was the old man. You know, I was very much live and let live. The very precipice of this republic that we live in here in the United States. Personal liberty. but personal liberty has to be tempered with something. We can't, I mean, because if it isn't, then we do what thou wilt will be the whole of the law, right? And it's not just the individual's fault. We're in the great falling away, unfortunately. There's a lot of folks who aren't really preaching the gospel. They're preaching the name it, claim it, blab it, grab it stuff. God wants you to be rich. He wants you to be happy. Yeah, I don't care nothing about your happiness. Happiness is a fleeting emotion. It's a whole lot different than joy. That's an attaché that comes along with having the Holy Spirit. Once you experience joy, you'll laugh at happiness. Yeah, I'd be happy if I got a big stack of Batman comics right now. I'd be over the moon. But what happens when I read them all? You see what I'm saying? So it is hard. It's hard to understand, but the Holy Spirit's a teacher, and I mean, he ain't got nothing wrong yet. I could sit on here and blab on all night with y'all. I love each and every last one of y'all. I sincerely appreciate y'all for this show. I'm sorry that I'm not an operator for some military, private military organization or the military industrial complex. I'm not going to get into the artillery and all of the bullets you can buy and use. Sincerely, if these things are what people believe them to be and what I'm coming to believe them to be, they are physical creatures that can be killed. They can be killed with just about anything that a human being can be killed with. Given their size and everything, you take common sense into account and crunch the data. Do your discern your own information. You know what I'm saying? Like everything burns. Almost all types of metal burn. So you put that fire on their ass, they'll get right quick, fast, in a doggone hurry. I guarantee you that. Now, you know, the fire chief may not be too happy with you, but thank you, Sinner Sasquatch. Seriously, I'll throw my chat down in there. Thank you to Holly and her husband, which is going to be and I'm going to put pressure on him right here. Watch this pressure I put on him. And Holly and her husband, who is going to be my future co-host in a long line of great co-hosts that have been here at the BDRP. I'm not going to mention his name because I don't want to put too much pressure on him. But her name's Holly, and that's her husband. So y'all have been great. I thank Holly. I thank who am I thanking? I think each and every last one of y'all, honestly. D Knuckles and Holly are our top contributors to the channel. Y'all are fantastic. We sincerely appreciate it. If you'd like to contribute to this channel, the content that you see and the content that's coming up are also the investigations and other field projects. I'll put an emphasis on that. Other field projects that are coming up. I'll leave links in the chat and they'll be in the description below. And I actually have notes for the Killing Dogman. So that'll be our Killing Bigfoot. That's going to be organized because I'm going to say something on that one that's going to be very interesting to you. And I'll let the cat out of the bag now because I hold water like a gunny sack for some reason. The Bigfoot aren't the ones that we need to be worried about killing. I'll leave it at that. There are some out there that may be on our side. Brown Springs Gathering someday. Drop a 1 in the chat if you would be interested in going into Brown Springs with DDoS. As a matter of fact, if I get like 8 people that could commit, I will not just take you into Brown Springs, but we'll cross the river and we'll go into the hunting grounds. How about that? That's where the action is taking place. Like Turtle Man said, that's where the live action is. If you think you feel fear, it's an intimidating feeling. Like I know a lot of you guys will relate to this. You know, when you're a freshman in high school, I don't know how many athletes I got in here. You're a freshman in high school and some senior picks a fight with you. Say you're in off season or something. And you know he's basically a grown man, and you're just now moving away from playing with G.I. Joes, but you fight him anyways. That feeling before the first punch is even thrown, that's what you feel over there all the time. And it's as the Gentiles call exhilarating. It really is. But like DW says, there's something the matter with me. I like that kind of stuff. But and I made it I made it a point not to go over there too often, because I do have that kind of personality tick. I could see myself like inundating myself in that area just like I did in the other one. You know what I mean? Where the women and children were. And that's intimidating enough, believe me. The alpha female was 8 feet tall, thicker than a Snicker. She was definitely female. And she looked like she could take a grizzly bear apart, like chewing gum. But yeah, if I can get 8 people to commit, I'll take you into Brown Springs, I'll take you to the hunting grounds, and I'll take you to Dead Hog Road, where no outsider, no non-local has been. Now, I know there's going to be some people to check me out. Yes, there is a Dead Hog Road. You're going to find it. But I dare you to try to go back there. No, I don't. Actually, I don't dare you to try to go back there. You're probably going to get shot. You got to know, and Sooner knows what I'm talking about. You're going to have to speak the lingo of an Okie to even, they're going to stop you. I don't care who you are. They'll stop even their mama coming back there and ask her what she's doing. And you better have an answer in your mouth in that moment. Or it'll just be, it won't be good. And then I'll have to take down the show because I told you about it. Because they'll be coming and asking me questions. So no questions? No questions at all? That's lame. Now I got to get off of here. I was having too much fun. Having too much fun on here by myself, which also says, even though Miss Holly's husband is probably going to be the co-host, we're going to give him some time. He's a very extremely busy and important man. So I'm never going to pressure him. But that being said, we do have an interim co-host program that we've implemented. For anybody who has an interest in joining the BDRP encrypted world, you will be privileged to not only learn everything that I know about the cryptid field, but also you will have access to all my research areas and a lot of other cool stuff that I'll make up here in a minute. So yeah, it's folks, I don't know how much longer we're going to be allowed to do this. And I'm not talking about the government. I don't believe the government has control over anything anymore. All they can do is keep these wildlife management areas and state parks stocked with plenty of food, so they'll stop coming out of them into y'all's yards and onto your land. That's what I believe. I would like somebody to show me tangible evidence that would show otherwise, because I have some evidence to show exactly what I'm saying is exactly what's taking place. Tangible evidence. That's data points and stuff like that. You know how the Gentiles are. They need to see something to believe it. So this is way more fun than I deserve to be having. If you'd like to contribute to the channel, again, the links are in the chat with you. And again, thank you, Mr. Knuckle and Holly and Mr. Holly. Thank each and every last one of y'all. And it's just like the gentleman said, this is like old times, like the old school BDRP. I felt that fire rekindled in me for this subject and the work thereof. It's just, I mean, it's fun. It's fun again. And I thank DW for that. Like, it would not be fun without him. He stood in the gap for me when a bunch of people were being not too nice and very dismissive. They, of course, deleted the original channel, which was all my old evidence. But for whatever reason, they didn't kill me, because they don't seem to understand that I'm the one that got the evidence, and that could be replicated. So, yeah, I got that going for me. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I again thank you for coming and joining the BDRP Late Show, the original Late Show. You see how many jokers use Late Show now? Like, nobody was thinking about like an actual talk show style situation until your boy came around. No one has an original idea anymore. Breaks my heart. Steal my stuff. So I may rename the show. You know what I mean? I try to keep it fresh. Anyways, good night. I will see y'all tomorrow. And I hope you liked the video I played earlier. If you didn't, sorry. Take care. See y'all next time.
Gobble down the human race. There is nothing you can do about it. He's gonna gobble up and gobble down the human race. Oh no.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is your host, D. Doss. I am here with none other than my own flesh and blood, my prodigy, my own daughter, who, unbeknownst to a lot of people, was with me during a lot of my misadventures down in Brown Springs. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Scrappy Doo.
Hi, y'all.
What's new, Scrappy Doo?
Oh, you know.
No, I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Don't know.
I don't know.
School, work.
School and work.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
That's about it.
Well, ladies and gents, not only is she going to be on this show, but she is the newest member of the Dark Waters family. You will be seeing her channel, which is going to be Creepy Pastas, out very, very soon. So I would like everybody to throw their support around her. And you know how we do it in the DW family. We got some trolls, some hot pockets coming from here and there, every now and again. And yeah, just to create a little insulation around my kid, so I won't have to smash anybody. But anyways, folks, a lot of the encounters that I've had, like I said, unbeknownst to a lot of y'all, she witnessed. So we're just gonna go through a couple of them. Like the one, do you remember any of them? Which ones do you remember?
I remember sometimes. I remember when we went out. I remember we'd went out and we'd brought Sarah's kid, Canyon, I think.
Oh yeah,
and
yeah, the
all
teenager.
The boys.
That was at night, right?
I think it was right before it got dark.
And we left when it was dark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he was starting to get scared or something.
Yeah, he was getting scared. Can't blame him. Not everybody's made of the stuff that Dawsons are made out of.
There's time you took me and the boys out. I remember going really far back there one day.
We made a good hike one day.
Like miles back there.
Do you remember when we were leaving? Like there was rocks thrown at us. It was the only time that rocks were thrown. And I was like, nah, let's chill on it. And then we got back in the vehicle and I started whistling to them. And
they would whistle back.
Yeah, they were whistling the same tune that I was whistling back.
And you change it up.
And I changed it up. And they got pissed.
Oh, start throwing more.
All right, folks. There's one time we went out. Like you've heard me say before. If I go out and they act like they don't want me to be there or whatever, or it feels kind of weird, like I'm not gonna hang out. I'm gonna leave. So me and the kid go out one day, and it's my ex's sons, and there was the only time rocks were thrown, but they weren't thrown at us. Like they were thrown when we were leaving.
Yeah.
Like they were trying to get our attention to come back or something.
Like they were mad we were leaving or something.
Yeah, they were mad. That's what it felt like. They're mad we were leaving. And I still went to the vehicle because it was sus. It was kind of sketchy.
You got the kids, you know.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I'm not gonna put any kids in even potential danger. So I go and I sit in the car, or we all go sit in the vehicle, and I start whistling the tune that I whistle to them, and they start whistling it back. And I do it like 3 or 4 times, and then I change it up, and then there's nothing. I do that about 2 or 3 times, and then one of them goes, yeah. It was awesome. Like I mean, you could tell it was little. It sounded like little kids, and it sounded like one of the little ones, like trying to sound tough.
I remember.
Yeah.
It was a Halloween night. You were about to take us to go trick or treating, and you're like, "You want to go out to the woods with me real quick?"
We went out on Halloween.
Yeah.
I don't even remember that. What happened?
I know that we didn't go far because it was starting to get dark.
Yeah.
We went kind of late, but we're on the way back, and I'm taking a different route than what we would usually go. I'm kind of wandering off.
Yeah, you went down that one trail. Like, why? That was weird.
Yeah, I got myself in a bunch of trouble. But I stepped in something, and it was like a big old pile of crap. Turd. It looked like a human turd, but it was just huge.
I remember that.
And I look, I'm like,
and Dad, it stunk to all be damned.
I was like, Dad, I just stepped in crap.
Yeah, and then see, there was there's people that asked me to like bag that stuff up for DNA purposes. And they're like, well, why don't you ever go and you can find hair and stool samples? I said it before, I'll say it again adamantly. I'm not picking up dookie from these things. I don't care if it'll prove anything. Like they remain unproven if all it takes is a apology. That was the 3rd time. I think the 3rd time that I've ran into Dookie, and she stepped right in the middle of it somehow. That was huge too. How did you step?
I don't know.
It was all on the sides of your shoes and stuff. That's crazy.
I remember going back and looking at film. That was a lot of fun. Frame by frame.
Frame by frame. That's the way to do it.
So tedious though.
Yeah, but I mean, like if you're going to be thorough and adamant. See,
you
folks,
see a lot of little stuff in there.
You actually see them. You see them moving like frame by frame. And like I've told you before, you just heard it from my kid's mouth. I would go frame by frame, 60 frames per second. If anybody's doing this, if they want to do it the right way, you go out there, you shoot film, 60 frames per second. I don't care if it's 2 hours long. If you really want to see them move, it is what it is. Because, I mean, they have such mastery over their own, like, I think they have a better perception of their own movements and their sense of self. Like how we say you're going to go pick up a remote. Thought passes your mind. Their thought to muscle action is a whole lot shorter than ours. They're like, I mean, they're animals. They're beasts. They don't have any trepidation or any kind of like hesitations in their movements. It's weird.
I would love to get like, if somehow, some way we do get one, or find one dead somehow, to pick apart its brain and see how it works.
Yeah, you would want to do some stuff like that. Pick apart.
I mean, like,
how would you know how it would work if you pick apart his brain? Like, you would have to know what you're looking at.
So you would have to do intensive study over not only the human brain, but ape brain. Well, it's its own species. And
you think so? What do you think they
so.
are? You think? I mean, they're a hominid, so they're a type of us.
What I've heard ever since I was younger, we have the Nephilim.
Yeah.
Remains of their kind, maybe.
That the angels, the remains of the angels and the offspring of angels and the humans.
Yes, and their offspring with others, and maybe that's what we got. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think they're too animal-like to be like, because the angels are humanoid.
Oh yeah,
but they're not necessarily a hominid. They're not necessarily a type of us. They're something completely different, even though they look like us.
What's the definition of hominid? Like,
that's a good question. The actual definition of hominid. Let's see. Yeah, facts. That's right, Godson. Let me tell you something. What do you think, TT? Does their dookie like smell terrible? I think it's disgusting.
I don't remember. Like,
I remember all too well.
man,
I know it was stunk to all be damned. I remember that much.
It was still warm. Ugh. Mm.
It was still warm.
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
That's crazy. So like it was probably one of those ones that was following us around.
Like the littles?
Yeah, it had to be.
Yeah.
Y'all saw the little ones when I didn't though.
Well, yeah.
The definition of hominid is any. All right, you can read it.
Hominid. Any of various primates of the family Hominidae, which includes orangutans, gorillas, chimpanzees, and modern humans and their extinct relatives. The family formerly included the only Homo sapiens, extinct species of Homo, and the extinct genus of Australopithecus.
That was a hard one. Australopithecus. I can't even say it. Australopithecus.
There you go.
What's Australopithecus?
Let's figure it out.
Yeah, let's see. Australopithecus definition. Australopithecus. Why can't it prompt me? An Australopithecus. Australopithecus is a genus of early hominins that existed in Africa during the late Pliocene age.
Mm-hmm.
And early Pleistocene. Do you know what any of that shit is?
No.
I
know
either.
it's eras. I think that might be what Lucy is.
I think that Lucy. I think they're freestyling, honestly. I think they don't know what any of this stuff is, and they're just kind of freestyling things together. They find some bones and they don't look like ours, and they say, well. All right, let me ask you this. What do you think, since we're made in God's image, what do you think all those other hominins are, like Cro-Magnon and Neanderthal and all that? Get closer to the microphone.
Well, hold on.
We got to be professional here.
It's been a while. It's been a minute. Okay. See, I wouldn't know. I haven't put much thought into it.
I haven't either. It's a good question though, because I don't think they're made in God's image. Like the bones of Neanderthal, they look more like these cryptids, these Bigfoot. Neanderthals
is what scientists think came right before us, right?
Right.
As far as the
we just dry ass showed up.
Like that's not possible. Like we are nothing like anything else on the earth. Like, and they think that we just evolved from somewhere.
They think we evolved from a single cell organism that evolved from the single cell organism evolved into some sort of an amphibious type life form that crawled upon the land. And that evolved into a primitive type monkey type creature. And that monkey type creature evolved into a hominin, which evolved in us.
So the way that they explain evolution.
She's the science one. I'm like history and all that stuff. Like I could care less about science. I couldn't care less about science.
The way that they explain evolution in like your textbooks or whatnot is one species adapting into another based on its surroundings, its environment, and the other animals around it. So if we evolved from something, why are those still here?
Exactly. That's from a 16-year-old, folks. Like, do you still learn evolution in school?
I did a little bit last year. I know that we went over it a little.
Have they said anything before that, like about evolution?
Well, I mean, yeah, ever since like middle school.
If I was touch on it though?
Yeah. If I was in zoology, I'm sure we would go over more of it. But I'm in anatomy, so
next time they bring it up, ask them to explain the platypus.
What is the platypus? It's like
a platypus is a mammal with the bill of a duck,
a beaver tail.
It lays eggs.
And
it's a mammal. It has a poisonous talon.
It's a mammal, but it lays eggs.
And it's a neurotoxin. It's like rattlesnake venom. And it's a mammal.
Right.
And it has the tail of a beaver. So what did that evolve from?
Maybe a beaver and a duck got busy, and then bam, we have the platypus.
That can't happen.
Exactly. I don't know. Maybe it was like engineered.
Maybe.
You know,
but if it was engineered, then they would have to engineer like a bunch of them to make sure that they bred a population.
And then send them out there. Can you look that up real quick? Where are platypus native to?
They are, I think I know this one. They're native to not the Galapagos. I may be wrong. I should look it up. You got to talk to the people and look it up because that's dead air.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm looking at the.
Yeah, talk to the folks.
Oh, sorry. I'm new at this. We were once what? I can't see that. It says, Dad, help me.
What are you trying to do? Are you trying to like bring up like somebody's comment?
But it looks like
you got to click on it.
I did.
Which one? This one?
Yeah. It says according to the Emerald Tablets. What are the Emerald Tablets?
The Emerald Tablets of Thoth. Thoth was the Egyptian god of wisdom, and there was some Emerald Tablets that were supposedly written by him, which have a lot of biblical like cross sections. It's kind of weird, honestly. But according to the Emerald Tablets, the oldest recorded documents on Earth, we were once what? Once what, dude? Like
it disappears.
Why'd you pick that one? He just Grande Gringo. He's a pretty cool dude. But yeah, like we're highlighting you, brother. See Dominique Espinosa. What's up, bro? So the platypus. Mm-hmm. The platypus, sometimes referred to as the duck-billed platypus, is a semi-aquatic egg-laying mammal endemic to eastern Australia, including Tasmania. See, that's where I just thought it was in Tasmania. Mm-hmm. The platypus is the sole living representative of a monotypic taxon of its family and genus. Sorry, she had the helm there for a second. So I guess y'all didn't hear any of that. The platypus, sometimes referred to as the duck-billed platypus, is a semi-aquatic egg-laying mammal endemic to eastern Australia, including Tasmania. The platypus is the sole living representative of monotypic taxon of its family and genus, though a number of related species appear in the fossil record. Together with the 4 species of echidna, it is one of the 5 extant species of monotremes, mammals that lay eggs instead of giving birth to live young. Like other monotremes, it senses prey through electrolocation. What's electrolocation? We're going to end up doing a whole show looking up these words.
If I had to take a guess, electrolocation.
They use a magnetic field.
Mm-hmm. I wonder how they see. Like, you know how they have like a simulation of how snakes see and how dogs see. How they see. Like if they see,
I have no idea.
If they register heat, you know,
maybe
or if they see colors and.
Well, in the echidna, like akin to the mole.
I don't know what the echidna is.
It almost looks like a hedgehog. It is one of the few species of venomous mammals, as the male platypus has a spur on its hind foot that delivers a venom capable of causing severe pain to humans. The unusual appearance of this egg-laying, duck-billed, beaver-tailed, otter-footed mammal baffled European naturalists when they first encountered it. And the first scientists to examine a preserved platypus body judged it a fake made of several animals sewn together.
Like Frankenstein.
Well, I mean, Frankenstein, not even like Frankenstein, because Frankenstein's monster was like, and it's Frankenstein's monster.
It is Frankenstein. I was just about to say that.
I got to check you on that one. It's not Frankenstein. It's Frankenstein's monster. Mm-hmm. Hello, Marlene. So, I don't know. Like the platypus is prime example, is the main example I use to disprove evolution, because it's madness. What did that evolve from? Like, was it a duck that evolved into a mammal? and somehow has snake venom? Or was it a snake that evolved into a mammal? Or a mammal that, I mean, it's ridiculous. I think God put that there personally.
Right.
Because he sees past, present, and future all at the same time. And he was like, oh, are you smart humans?
Don't put that there.
Yeah, I'm here, let's let them figure this out.
It's so amazing how we try to untangle all these wonders, like how the world works, but you can't.
Instead of just enjoying them.
Right. Because everything has a purpose and everything ties together. And if you take one thing out, like a keystone species, you throw everything off.
Yeah, it'll affect the entire like region
Mm-hmm.
from top to bottom. How do you know that? Who told you that? I didn't, because I don't worry about it.
Well, we did a study on keystone species. Did you know starfish is a keystone species?
Of what?
Of the aquatic nature. So if you take starfish out of a piece of wherever, starfish eat mussels.
Right.
Mussels also keep, what is it?
Mussels are like a predation animal for like other top tier species.
Mussels will overpopulate if you take starfish away, and if mussels overpopulate, they'll take over. And then that probably wasn't the best example.
No, I mean I'm following. It seems like you're going somewhere with it.
I don't know where I'm going.
Well, then what you bring it up for?
Because I had something in my head. That's how it works.
Well, suffice it to say that Bigfoot's not us.
No.
But they're not, I mean, they're something. I mean, they're not necessarily a monkey.
And we're trying to debunk this, like, in the whole community. We've all had our own experiences, and we're still trying to tell people that this isn't real. When there are so many people, we need to get an exact number on that. Have had encounters and experiences with this.
It's in the millions, but I don't think it's like the tens of millions. Maybe it is. If there's 400 million people now in the United States, close to it. Let's say 4 million people have seen or heard something in the woods that they can attribute to one of these cryptids. I mean, and I was saying the other night, like at one point in time, the flamingo was a cryptid, and the koala, and think about it, like it's in a distinct region. Mm-hmm. That's not really populated. At one point in time, it wasn't really populated. So it was a pink bird that looks like it's on stilts. Right. The hippopotamus, the gorilla, the silverback gorilla. They didn't believe that there was a silverback gorilla until like 1905 or something like that.
It's so crazy how our knowledge of everything has came so far in the past 100 years.
Yeah.
Of just everything.
In the past 100 years, we've gained more knowledge than we did the past 1,000. And technology has leapt further than in the past 100 years than it has the past 500.
I think we're getting too smart for our own good.
Well, yeah, it's going to be like Tower of Babel. God's going to have to come slap us down.
We're getting a little too big for our britches.
Thank y'all very much. That's my kid. See, look, you're getting some compliments, kid. Wow. See, I when she was young, I'll tell you straight up. I'll tell you a little story. When she was young, she got in trouble. I don't remember for what, but I had a 55-inch TV in her room. Like she had one of those Wii's and all that good stuff. And she got in trouble once, and all that stuff was gone and never came back. And all she could have was books. And I remember I'll never forget one night I went in her room, and the flashlight was on under the covers. I'm gonna make me cry. The flashlight was on under the covers, and she had fell asleep reading a book, and she was like 6. I was like, well, shoot. But I mean, ever since then, she's been soaking up knowledge like her old man.
Man, how hard was that to take a kid's book away?
Very hard. And I think I gave it back shortly after. Because I can't, I mean, like, hell's bells, you know, like take a TV away. Yeah. Thank you very much, Miss Marlene. She is awesome. I think so too.
I try.
And she's from Arkansas. What part of Arkansas you hail from, Marlene? My mom's from Rogers. And Grande Gringo, he says a bunch. Our entire system is like a balance beam. If you remove something from one spot, something else has to pick up the slack, or it all goes spinning out of control. You're right, bro. And it's crazy that you say that, because in these active areas, they introduce, like, for instance, in southeastern Oklahoma, they reintroduced the elk. Now, I find that very, very strange, because there's not a lot of top tier predators in southern Oklahoma at all. You get some black bears pass through, a handful of mountain cats, but there's not a bunch of top tier predators to be hunting down elk. And elk is a big animal.
And if that starts to populate, then we're all screwed, because they'll start acting like they run the place.
Yeah, a bull elk
coming into town and stuff.
Yeah, stomping people out, running them over. So this is just my theory. I owe it to Mark Zasky, because he actually did a study on it down there in Florida. But they're introducing these large predation creatures, because there's a top tier predator that's not being documented, that's hunting them down, killing them off. But now, in a lot of these different areas, that's starting to grind to a halt after a population boom. So that means that there's a different food source, which tells me that they're moving closer into town, and they're getting more scraps and stuff from people's trash cans and everything. Because when you have to introduce top tier predation creatures like the elk, but then all of a sudden the feeding of these predation creatures start slowing down, then they're getting their food. They're not stopping eating or going on diets. They're getting their food source from somewhere else. So when you look at it, and you really look at the amount of encounters that are coming in, that are in suburbs and rural areas, how they're really becoming hot and heavy, it lets you know that these things are going and taking people's chickens and stuff in the country, and things of that nature. They're going through people's trash cans and rummaging more than they're hunting, I believe.
Which will cause overpopulation of whatever they usually feed on. And
Exactly.
Depending on what that is, if that gets too out of hand, then there will be a big problem.
Well, like the hog population, like they're coming in helicopters in North Texas, killing hogs. Remember at Old Girls, where that farm was, or that all that land where we went for the 4th of July and all that, out in St. Joe?
Yeah.
Yeah, like they were coming in helicopters killing hogs and stuff.
Oh.
So,
how recent was that?
I mean, I was back when we were down there. So,
okay.
2016,
17,
17, somewhere around in there.
Jeez.
So if the state is coming in helicopters on people's private land to help them with the problem of overpopulation of hogs, which hogs are like cockroaches everywhere in North Texas, Southern Oklahoma, all over Texas, really. Arkansas, Louisiana, Georgia, I think, has a little bit of a problem with hogs. Wild hogs are a nuisance.
I remember one time I was riding down Carter, and I'd seen this hog in the ditch, and it was dead. And I come back a couple hours later, and it's just swallowed up. Like that hog looked like it was gonna bust.
Right across from Brown Springs on the Texas side.
Mm-hmm.
It was just me and Mr. Biscardi's crew.
Mm-hmm.
We found a dead hog with its back leg looked like Gumby, looked like something snatched up by its back leg and broke it in multiple different places and hit it up against the tree. And it was like 200 something pounds. And its back was like in a V. Its back got broke up against that tree, and they just chunked it there and left it.
I feel like I've seen it. What was it that I'd seen? I remember seeing something dead out there with you. Was it a goat or something? No,
I don't know. I seen a dead goat out there once. It was on that trail. And there's no reason a goat should be out there.
Off to the side. I remember. Oh no.
Maybe it was a goat. Maybe it was a goat.
All I know is it looked like its side was open.
Because it was on the trail.
Stuff hanging out. Ugh.
Yeah, because I mean,
trails and stuff.
I don't know when that was, but I remember I talked to leaving that peanut butter one time, and it was shortly after that goat was there. I think they went on somebody's land and took a goat, tried to give it to me.
Here you go.
Yeah, pretty much saying thanks, but no, that we don't want that bullshit that you're trying to give us. But you can have a goat. You can have some real meat. Oh, smash your toe, my bad.
No, it's okay. You just hit my ankle.
So, what else? What else did we see out there? You went out there with me a lot.
I remember we had went back. We were about 3 or 4 miles back, and we came across this clearing. And we were in that clearing, and across the way, it was a windy day, and the trees were moving back and forth.
Yeah.
Remember when the wind would stop for a bit?
Yeah, and that one tree kept moving?
Kept moving back and forth.
Yeah, that was the one that was retarded. He was kind of a dummy.
And then when the wind
I'm just the wind. Oh, nothing to see here. I'm just the wind. Yeah, I remember. I forgot about that until you said it. That. Now I think about it, that was kind of spooky. I was taking you into some stuff. I feel like a bad parent.
Nah.
I was taking you in the middle of some stuff because that thing was sitting up there pulling that tree back and forth when the wind stopped.
Well, we're still here, ain't we? So
yeah. By the grace of before the grace of God, there go off. But there was when old man Biscardi came down, folks, she was here. And Biscardi, everybody knows Biscardi. I should play him that thing that we just watched. Like, for anybody who doesn't know, Tom Biscardi, out of everybody you like to listen to, he's been the only field researcher that's been on Fox Business News. He had a publicly traded company whose goal was to get a live or dead Bigfoot. He had $1 million bounty out at one point in time. I call him old man Biscardi with all love in the world. Everybody says, "Oh, well, he's a faker. He's this. He's that." No, the man's straight up. He's old school. I remember when he came down, he parked his that trailer with his his trailer had a big picture of his face on it. All right, he comes down to Gainesville, Texas, when I was living down there when I started my research, and he has this big gaudy trailer with his face and all of his crew members' faces on it. And he's an old school Italian gentleman. You know what I mean? Like, I have 10 tons of respect for him. And he was like, hey, can we park this at your house? We don't want it to get broken into. We don't know nothing about Gainesville. And I'm like, yeah, sure, Mr. Biscardi. So he parks his thing. He's got like original casts that are copies from what's in the Smithsonian. And I don't know. But anyways, he came down here. He came down to Gainesville when I first started. It was what, 2 years into it? I think it was my second or third. Yeah, second year, I feel like. And he leaves this thing outside. All the neighborhood kids are coming up to it, looking at it. And because they actually were on the Texas side. He introduced me to the Texas side, which I talked about the other night. That was the hunting ground. That's where all the males and stuff were. We were where the kids and the children were. We're in the daycare center, basically.
I remember a couple hundred yards in there. If you go off to the left, there was like this big old daycare looking
left,
area.
like if you're going into the area?
Into it, and then off to the left. Back
so
there.
The east. Like if we're going east. Yeah, they're just like right there, right off the trail, too.
There was like a couple of beds, and it looked like a hammock or a swing or something.
The porch swing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember the porch swing.
It was like these big old limbs in between these two sturdy trees, and it looked like you could get up there and swing back and forth on it. And there was like...
It did look straight up like a porch swing.
Right. And then there was like this big old bed of sticks and pine cones and
like leaves that were like... And the rest of the area was pretty much clean. It wasn't like there was a floodplain and waters washed this stuff up there. It was like it was placed there for that specific purpose. That was pretty cool. That is the first couple of years. And that just goes to show nobody came into that area.
Yeah.
Because that's right off that trail.
I remember, what grade was I in? I think I was in like 4th or 5th. And
no, I was born. Now you were in middle school then, weren't you?
I was only in part of 6th grade because remember I got bit by the dog and I was out.
Oh,
for like 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah, that's right.
I think it was like 3rd or 4th grade.
No, it was
3rd or 4th grade. My school had taken us out back there. Not
past to that place that's out there, Bob.
Yes, it's out past there. And I remember passing there. I was like, hey, me and my dad, we go look for Bigfoot back there. And this girl, she's like, that's Brown Springs. That's like an old Indian graveyard or something. And we saw like, did we see headstones? Like slabs.
That was a cemetery, though. Where we went was on the other side of the road, on the south of the road. where the river is.
But like on that road, okay, so you go back there and there's those couple of
Everybody
turns before
attributes Brown Springs to being that cemetery.
it's right before the cemetery's right before Brown Springs.
Yeah, it's right before. Brown Springs is the road. Like when people say Brown Springs, like it's the road, it's the cemetery, it's wherever you want it to be, but it's Brown Springs Road. Where we went was on the river. And I mean, like everybody, and I kept it that way because I didn't want people going down there messing around. You know what I mean? They go to that cemetery, and that's good for them. There's other stuff taking place in that cemetery, though.
You get
what she's talking about, though, folks, is I think you're right. It was the 4th grade.
I think so.
She was in the 4th grade, and there's they say there's a construction company back there, but it's also, what was it?
I don't remember exactly what it was. I know it was like this place that these people had set up for kids to come back there and
so it can all look like it's on the up and up.
Pretty much.
That's what I thought it was.
There was like this marsh spot. There was like this land bridge, and on the other side of it, the opposite side of what we were on, you could see it was like this icky, murky water because of Windstar. They had told us like all Windstar's dumpings and stuff.
Windstar was 2 miles down the road.
Exactly.
Well, that's a huge place, though. I bet it is their dumping. Windstar, for all who don't know, is in southern Oklahoma, and it is the largest indoor casino in the entirety of planet Earth. It's the largest casino under heaven, and it sits right on the border of Texas and Oklahoma. You come into Texas, you're going to see on the west part of the road an adult store. And as you cross the bridge, cross the Red River, on the right-hand side of the road, you're going to see the largest casino on planet Earth. And down the road from that is what they took the kids on a tour to. They went to Gainesville. What was it?
It was
General Lee or whatever.
Robert E. Lee. Yeah, it was.
So that was middle school. That was Robert E. Lee Middle School. So you're in like 6th grade.
No, it was the year before. It was the year before. It was for our gifted and talented trip, and they had taken us all down there in like groups, and you would go back and you'd hike and stuff.
Yeah, that was your advanced classes and stuff, right?
I don't remember much.
All I know, folks, is I was wanting to go on that trip because I'd spent the past couple of years on just the other side of the road, and there's Bigfoot. And literally, this is the other side of the road where she went. I was like, what?
Yeah, like a couple, like not even a mile.
Barely a mile, if that.
Yeah.
We're giving away the location.
Uh-oh.
If somebody was smart, they could actually piece it together exactly where we went.
Keep it on the DM.
It'll be all right. Nobody's going in there. If they do, they ain't staying long. What do you now let me ask you this.
Yeah.
What do you think? Why do you think that, because people have been chased out of there, why do you think they let us come in there?
They liked us.
I think they liked us too.
We probably,
because didn't the little ones show themselves to y'all and stuff?
They look like little.
Were you ever scared?
The first or second time. Like the first couple of times we'd went in there, I just got this feeling, like this heavy, I don't really want to be back here, but my dad's going, so I'm okay. Let's go ahead.
Honestly, I had that feeling too, but I want to look tough. There'd be sometimes I go by myself and I'd leave. I'd come back home.
Really?
Yeah, for real.
Because didn't you say there are people that have tried like bringing guns and stuff out there? You can't do that because they feel that they're threatened.
Yeah.
Because you're bringing a gun in there, they think you're going to do something, so you're the threat, not them.
But I didn't never take no gun.
Exactly. And we were just going in there looking around. We weren't going to mess with them or get up in their business. Well, we were all up in their business.
We really were all up in their business.
They tolerated us.
But I think after a while they start liking us.
Looking forward to it.
Because think about it, those little ones were like throwing rocks because we were going to leave.
Yeah. And
they were whistling that same song, and then the little ones that one got pissed because I stopped whistling that song. He was mad about it.
I wish we still had all the film.
Yeah, I know.
The pictures.
It's all right. Because this weekend.
What do you mean this weekend?
This weekend, Big Homie DW is, and this is an announcement for everybody. Dark Waters, the grand poobah of the Dark Waters Network, is sending me another camera. So you folks are going to be getting footage from Brown Springs at least this weekend. You can go with me. Why you got to whisper? We're talking about you going down.
take me with you. I don't know. I have to work this weekend.
Well, that is my job. So, yeah, I'll
Lucky
definitely be going
you.
down there. Yeah, lucky me.
I get to deal with truckers.
Well, I may have to deal with them too.
Sandwiches.
I ain't got to make sandwiches. Make one for myself.
But
folks, I'll tell you what. Like, straight up, if you're lucky enough to be in the type of position I was and to have an area, or you basically had it all to yourself, and you ingratiate yourself to these things, which you can. Now, we didn't ever sit down and have tea parties with them. You hear some people say, "Oh, well, they're our forest friends." No, it ain't.
Forest friends are the rabbits and deer.
Yeah, then they ain't even my forest friend. Like, they tolerated us to the point where, like, I think that we were entertainment for them, just like they're entertainment for us.
Like, oh, look at these little.
I can't believe I can't stop thinking about it. You did wander off when we were leaving. You wandered down that other trail, like,
I used to hate when
and
I did
you
that.
went through the whole nest of them like a fool. But that's, I mean, I don't know. That's pretty cool though. That, like, we went down there for some years.
Yeah, you need to go back.
We're going back this weekend.
Says they are highly empathetic, in my opinion. In other words, they can see your soul, and if you're a good soul, you might just get a hall pass.
Grande Gringo, I'm going to tell you something that a lot of people don't know. I've told people on the back end, off air, when I first started, the first 2.5 years, like, I would get these Native American council members from all over the South, all these Southern tribes, and they would ask me, like, what tribe am I from? Like, do I know my ancestry and this, that, and the other thing? Because they thought I was a Native American, because they would let me get so close to them. And I mean, I don't know from that kind of stuff, but as far as I know, because I've been to family reunions where one of the cousins on both sides of my family did an extensive, like, genealogy,
like 23andMe or something like that.
No, this is way back in the day before
okay.
23andMe. This was I think you had to do it the old school way. But as far as I know, on both sides of my family, I'm 100% American Negro. So for real, like, I mean, I don't have any Indian in me, but they would think that because they thought that, like, they were the only ones who could ingratiate themselves or get as close. But I think you're right. I think they're empathetic, and if they find an empathetic person who, I'll tell you what, it's one lady. She was an old school traditionalist. I forget what tribe, but she said that they could read your heart. And I think that's true. I think that there's people, think about it, folks. There's folks who spent hundreds of thousands of dollars for dozens of years trying to go into these areas just to see one, not even capture them on film, and they never did. The saddest thing I've ever heard is Kirk Stokes told me when he was, Kirk Stokes he's a cool cat. He told me when he first started, there was this guy who had been doing it for decades. And he left his wife, his children, and bought an RV and actually, like, pretty much lived at one of these areas and died in that RV, never seeing nothing. You know how sad that is?
Remember that one guy that was in his, like, camper?
Yeah, that dude, he lived down there. But something was the matter with him, though.
We saw him like once or twice, and we came back.
I saw him a whole lot more than that.
Really?
Yeah, because I went down there almost every day. There was something the matter with that dude, though, because I remember chopping it up with him one time, and, like, he's one of those ones that God takes care of. You know what I'm saying? Like, there was something the matter with him, and I think that's why they left him alone, because he had, like, his little toilet set up off in the woods, and I couldn't imagine going in there trying to sit down, and take care of business in the middle of the night with these things wandering around and pushing down trees and stuff. But, you know, Texas has consistently been going in there and like leading expeditions and stuff. You remember him?
Who?
Tex, the big dude?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, still?
Yeah, he's still going in there. Allegedly. I mean, I don't know. I've not seen anything. I've not seen anything. I guess.
Go back.
Yeah, I'm going back this weekend. I don't know what you got going.
I gotta work. I lost hours.
I'll go to work there.
Mm.
And I'll go down there to Brown Springs and see my forest friends.
Mm. So,
what are you going to do with your new channel?
I don't know.
Don't know. That's not the answer I was looking for.
I know. I'm gonna look around and find some stories of my own. In the creepypastas. I don't know where
Hey,
I
you
want
can
to
do whatever
start.
you can do whatever you want. Well, I mean,
Don't you already have some stuff?
your
set
Uncle
up for me?
DW and myself are going to help you out. You know,
Mhm.
get a good start and get a leg up. I think you'll do phenomenally well.
Do you have something we can give them a little sneak peek? Yeah.
No.
No, really, that's not how this works.
No, we ain't giving nobody
Aw.
no sneak peek. I gotta dig through a bunch of stuff. But we found you some interesting things to talk about.
I'm excited.
And you represent the youth portion of the Dark Waters network and family. So
Me keep
that's
in
all
touch with
you.
the youngins.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
gotta, yeah. I mean, y'all know what's in vogue, and I'm just an angry old man who's more at home in the woods with Bigfoot than I am, you know.
I don't think I'm the best candidate. I'm an old soul myself.
Yeah, well,
But I'm all you got.
too bad. No, I mean we can.
No,
that's all right. I mean, like we can go ahead and put out the call to action. So violent. What are you pushing me for?
I'll show
A
you
jar of
somewhere.
pickles.
Where do you see a jar of pickles?
Right there. They know you, D, and know you're no threat. See, I believe that. I believe that too, jar of pickles. That and I think they know that if they get out of line, I'll smoke their game. I'll whoop one of them things up one side, down the other. No, I'm just kidding. I was always afraid. Yeah, no. I mean, one day it may happen. You know, they're gonna know that they got rid of DDoS, though.
Here lies DDoS.
Where you see that at? Oh, shut up.
Oh, crap.
That's what you get. But that's what the Vikings would call a glorious death. I'd fight one of them to the death with like a knife or something, or that knife and that badass tomahawk I have.
Where's that at? I'd like to see that.
I don't know, somewhere.
Somewhere.
You've seen it?
I know.
It's one of those old school tomahawks.
Mm-hmm.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's been the show. I'm glad that you guys stopped in. I know a lot of you have been busy. It's getting towards the holiday season. But I just want to reintroduce my daughter, Scrappy Doo, and welcome her officially to the Dark Waters Network and family. Her channel will be up at the first of the year, at the very latest. And I'll be posting links all over the place. You guys will see that. You can join me tonight. It's 8 o'clock. We're going to do another one. We'll jump back on here about 10, 11 o'clock. And yeah. You got anything to say to the folks?
Yeah.
That's a radio no-no. That's a radio no-no.
I'm trying. It was good to be on here. It's the first time I've actually stayed around and talked. Got to get used to it.
Yeah, it's easy.
Is it?
It's fun. It is. It really is fun.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Doss family. We sincerely love you guys. Y'all are great. And thank you for all the contributors to the channel. If you would like to contribute, you can do so by following links in the description of this show. And yeah, we'll see you later on tonight.
Have a good night, y'all.
Bye-bye. Do I introduce to you Mr. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I introduce to you Mr. Brian Ritchie. What's up, Brian?
How's it going, D? Glad to be here with you guys tonight, brother.
Glad to have you here. And just jumping right into it, I don't want to tell tales out of school, but you have to hire a little security before you were even comfortable doing the show.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah, it was necessary to deal with situations I've had to deal with in the past due to my past profession and my past line of work. I do want to offer just a little bit of clarification for the listeners tonight. I am not, nor have I ever been in the military, or have I ever worked for the CIA. I have, due to my profession, worked with both the military, the CIA. I've worked with special ops teams from the USA, Australia, Britain, Germany, Israel, and a few more. I would love to divulge more than that, but that's about as far as I can go on that subject.
That's about as far as you can tell us on that.
That's as far as I can go with that, brother.
Well, that's
I
completely
guess,
understandable. No worries, bro. I mean,
well, I mean, to be, I guess you could say I was a contractor. That would be the easiest way to put it.
well, I'll change that specialist to contractor because we understand that you're independent and all that. Anyways, moving forward, for any who have heard it already, the incident where the gentleman ran into a not a skinwalker, but what would you describe it as, Brian?
Oh, it was definitely. I did not know this
the rake creature
at the time. Yes, I didn't understand what I was seeing at the time, but through research and time passing and learning more about what happened, I and a few gentlemen that I work with on a regular basis had a couple of different encounters that involved dogmen and rakes.
Which I think the between the two, I think you'd rather run into the dog man.
9 times out of 9.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. I have a huge amount of respect for I don't even like calling them creatures or cryptids or the terms that people use for them. And people may understand more why I say that here in a bit, but as far as referring to the dogmen, but that rake creature that's a whole different beast. That's something that I don't feel is a natural creature, for lack of a better term.
Right.
And folks, you've heard us talk about the natural and unnatural creatures before. I believe the atypical dogman and Bigfoot creatures are natural creatures.
I wholeheartedly agree.
But anyways, so please continue, not to cut you off, sir.
Oh, hey, it's no problem, brother. Well, just to I guess for some clarification and so people understand who they're listening to tonight, because I know some of the things I'm going to say are going to sound very out there. It's going to stretch some people. I get nothing out of this. I'm not going to have a YouTube channel. I'm not going to write a book. I'm not going to do any of those things to become famous or to make money or anything off any of this. I'm doing this because I believe in the BDRP. I believe in the project. I believe in what's happening here, what we're trying to do here, and what we're trying to educate people so that they have a greater understanding of what is happening in the lands that surround us. Okay. Since 1990, I joined a government agency. I have been to many countries. I have been on several continents. I have helped our military, the CIA, and a few other agencies that most probably have not heard of, fight against people and in places like ISIS, the Taliban, drug cartels, insurgents, and many other types of areas. I have spent a life grounded in reality. I have spent a life grounded in combat and training. And once I stopped doing these things and I retired to be with my family, I took on a mission to help veterans. Pardon. Cope with transition into civilian life and to become a part of their communities and stuff. And part of doing this, you know, you have to use the skills that God's given you in order to be a productive member of society. So I take these guys out. We go on trips. We train together. We go on what we like to call field ops. They're not anything official. It is just to get out, get some exercise, do the things that we're familiar with, and to understand that there is a place for us here still. And while doing these things, we've encountered some crazy things, some things more normal. You know, we've come across people cooking drugs, things that's along those lines. But the things that we experienced, you know, the first time I was alone, I went out to scout an area to just get kind of pre-prep for the guys. So I knew where we were going to be going. I knew the kind of area we were going to be in and know the places we needed to set up for camps and stuff. And that was my first encounter that Tex had relayed on a BDRP about me seeing a dog man get attacked by this thing that I later learned is what most people are calling the rake. I still know very little about the rake. There's not a ton of information out there. There's a lot of sensationalism and very little actual information, but it just kind of snowballed from there. My second encounter, we actually lost some guys. You guys will have to excuse me if I get a little emotional on this because these guys mean something to me.
Well, I'll completely understand, brother. Just take your time and explain it the way you want to. You got an open field there.
You know, we lost some guys on our second encounter. And it took me a bit to talk these guys even to going back to going out into this area after relaying to them the story of what happened the first time when I was alone. There was some serious cover-ups with the FBI, Fish and Game, local state police. This stuff never hit the papers. It never hit the radio. It never hit the TV. And I can't lie that do have a little bit of bitterness in the fact that men that I see as brothers died and were not recognized in any way, shape, or form.
So just to be clear, you're saying that on this particular outing that you had, there were people that actually died, ex-military veterans.
Yes, sir.
Or you never ex-military, and there was a cover-up with this because of the nature of how they died, or?
Yes. When we called the authorities, because when we got our we carried our wounded out. We don't, that's something I adopted from working with the military and all the different branches that I've worked with, is that you don't leave anybody there. You leave with who you came in with, dead or alive. That's how that works. And we called the state police, was the first ones we called. They showed up. Minutes after they showed up, Fish and Game showed up. They were cordoning off the area. Within a couple of hours, there was several government agents arrived. We were all told, and yes, for anybody listening, yes, I am running a risk here, but I'm done, and I don't live my life based on fear. I refuse to do that. I will not and cannot. But we were told for a long time. Now, this has been several years ago. This is not recent. This thing that happened was not recent. It's been several years ago. We were told that we need to keep our mouth shut. We were threatened in the ways the government likes to do. But
So they were aware that you guys knew what was going on. You knew it was an unnatural creature. And if you could expand upon that, what was said to you when the authorities arrived?
I truly believe, to start that little ball rolling, I truly believe they knew exactly what we were talking about. Because you would expect when you describe something like that to someone who's never seen or heard of it, for them to be surprised or dubious or at least skeptical, and they weren't.
So there was no look of shock or surprise whatsoever whenever you were explaining what happened to your friends.
The state PD guys, yeah, they were a bit put off. But anywhere from the Fish and Game up to FBI, no, they did not seem surprised whatsoever. They kept referring to it as the creature. Keep your mouth shut. You don't talk about the creature, not that thing or that monster or, this thing you guys think you saw or what. No, they just kept saying the creature. You will keep your mouth shut.
So were they trying to steer your way of thinking? You know what you saw, but that they start using rhetoric like, oh, well, this creature you saw instead of what you described?
Yeah, they would never, ever refer to it based on the description, just the creature. That's what they just kept calling it over and over and over. And it was funny that Fish and Game and FBI were using the same term, the creature.
When FBI showed up, given your background as a contractor with all these agencies and with the military, did that come into play at all? Did they take you to the side like, look, we know that you've been privy to certain information. This is what's going on. Or did they just completely shut you out and try to send this rhetoric your way?
Oh, they tried to shut us down quickly. I mean, they didn't want us talking any more than necessary. As a matter of fact, the first thing that happened is when the state police got there, they took statements, they listened to us. There was ambulances called. When the FBI got there, we were all put in cuffs. We were put in cuffs and put in the dirt like we had done something wrong. I know what they were doing. I get it. I've been there, again, working in other countries against people like ISIS and Al Qaeda and stuff. You got to intimidate the enemy. You got to make them believe you're going to do way worse than you're actually going to do. And I believe that's what they were doing, was trying to intimidate us into the point where we would just do as we're told, be cooperative. And for the longest time, we did. I mean, nobody talked about this for a long time. I mean, we're talking, all right, this has been 15 plus years ago.
Oh, wow.
You guys this is the first time I've ever talked about this publicly.
And I'm honored that you do with the BDRP, and I appreciate your kind words about the project. We're doing our best to get the right information out there for folks.
Well, brother, I know that, and I go where integrity exists.
I sincerely appreciate that from the bottom of my heart, on behalf of every field investigator and everyone attached to the BDRP. But my first thought in the position that you're talking about would be, okay, here comes Guantanamo Bay. I'm going to jail for murder, or they're going to label me a terrorist because of all this weirdness. Was there anything like that running through your mind? Or
absolutely. When they put us in the dirt, cuffed us up, I think that's what all the surviving members of the team were thinking, is that we're screwed. We're going to disappear. No one's going to see us. No one's going to know what happened to us. It was actually very surprising that we were allowed to leave when we were. Now, understand that from the time the state police got there, the very first responders that got there, to the time that we left was hours. This did not happen in minutes. It took hours. There was a lot of radio chatter and phone calls made that we weren't privy to the conversation, so I cannot tell you what they were talking to their superiors about. I have no idea. They were not going to let us overhear that stuff. But it was made very clear to us that they had our number. They knew who we were. They knew where we lived. They knew where our families were. And it was made very clear to us that we could suffer the consequences. And at the time, my children were very, very young. They were babies. Now my kids, this may sound harsh to some of you, but I don't expect you to understand if you've never lived the life of a man like I am. But my kids are trained. My kids are well-trained human beings.
I know exactly what you mean, bro. Like, yeah. My daughter can use a knife better than some grown men. So I know what you're saying.
I discussed this with my family. And doing the show tonight, I didn't just discuss this with my wife. I discussed this with my whole family. And everybody agreed that it needed to be done. They know what's going on. And that's, as you referred to earlier, I do have a 3-man security team around my perimeter right now. Like right now. There's 2 Marine Raiders and a previous Navy SEAL outside my house right now.
Do you think the repercussions for you coming forward would be that severe?
Possibly.
Why take the risk, right?
It has to be done. It has to be done because I'm tired of the lies and I'm tired of the misconceptions. People need to understand what is around us. And I've just finally reached a point, especially with my most current experiences, that I believe this has got to come out. It's got to come out more. People need to know what's going on.
Can you tell us what state this happened in without being too specific?
Kentucky.
Cryptid Disney World, folks.
Yeah, I don't mind saying it at all. It's everything that I've just talked about happened in Kentucky.
So you have this incident where your friends were killed. Where was your mind after this? You saw these creatures that aren't supposed to exist, and all of a sudden, men you were close to lose their lives.
Well, just as men who've been in combat know, I was angry. I was very angry. I wanted to do something about it. Actually, there's a third experience with the rake. This one does not involve dogmen whatsoever. That I've been planning on emailing to Tex to have him relate, that I haven't gotten to, that is kind of goes perfectly along the lines of the question you just asked. How did I feel about it? It's not just how I felt about it, it's what we did about it.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds like something I want to hear. What did you do about it?
If you would rather, do it just the way you did the other two encounters, that's fine, and I'll take care of it. But if you want to relay it here, you're more than welcome to.
Give me just a minute. I'm taking a drink of beer because I'm going to need some nerve.
You take your time, bro. Our time is your time right now, and it's live, so they're waiting on us just like you are. So you take your time. People are patient at the BDRP.
All right, brother. We hunted it. We went looking for it this time. Now, there was only 4 of us left who were willing to do this. And I may do this in greater detail to where it can be put out.
Yeah, that's fine. And go into
later,
more,
but
however you want to do it.
Whatever kind of unnatural creature these are, they die. They bleed and they die. It took us about 6 weeks. We were very angry, and we wanted, it's not a matter of revenge, it was a matter of a reckoning. There was a price that needed to be paid.
Man, wow. So
4 men with Barrett 50 caliber rifles can do quite a bit.
No doubt.
How
long ago did this occur, as opposed to your first experience with this
It was
creature?
about 1.5 years after our brothers died. It took us a while to get the nerve up to go back. Because, me and every one of these men that I was with, these are multiple tour veterans. These weren't just guys that went in the Army and, did a stint stateside. These were combat veterans. And this thing scared the crap out of us. It's terrifying. It's terrifying. The things that we faced, the odds that we faced, the people that we fought, the places that we've been, this thing made us feel a level of fear that no human being has ever made us feel.
So you wouldn't classify this thing as an animal?
No. I can't think of a better term than to call it a demon.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree from the descriptions I've read and the reports that I've been sent about this thing, and I always set it to the side and I talk to the people personally, but I didn't know what to do with it because I deal with data and it didn't really fit into any parameters that I was used to.
Yeah, I'll put it this way, brother. It took 47 rounds of 50 caliber.
47 rounds of 50 caliber. Wow.
47 rounds of 50 caliber over a 7.5 mile stretch.
Let me ask you this. Do you think that this creature may have been man-made? I know that you know about the domes. And that's a theory that I've been working with because they so much as announced it in a roundabout way in the public that there's these experiments going on with splicing this creature with that creature, human DNA with this type of beast. Did it look like anything that could have been an amalgamation of different creatures, or was it just straight up some hideous monster?
It was just a hideous monster. Did not look like an amalgamation, but I will tell you this. In my research since then, I still have friends that are active military right now. I have my suspicions, especially when you factor in Fish and Game and the FBI's response. I have my suspicions that this thing is lab grown. I'm not going to swear to that, so please, nobody, I'm not claiming that it is, but I definitely have my suspicions.
I can't get over the 47 rounds of 50 caliber shot. And I understand it's over 7 miles, but like if an elephant or a water buffalo takes one of those shots, it's done.
Yeah, it was a run and gun for 7.5 mile stretch.
And it's just eating these shots. Did it? Could you tell that it was affecting it at the very least? Because I couldn't imagine even what kind of muscle mass would you
definitely you could tell that there was an effect. Just wouldn't go down. Just would not go down. I mean, the final 3 shots were 6 inches from the barrel to the cranium. And it didn't stop moving till the last shot.
Dude. All right. Here's the big question that I have, and I'll understand why you wouldn't be able to answer it. But if you kill something, there's a body.
Yes.
What happened to this body?
This is where it gets very interesting. This entire time that we were hunting this thing, we honestly believed it was just the 4 of us. We were alone. Within 15 minutes of this thing's body stopped twitching, there was 4 helicopters above us.
Wow. 4 helicopters.
I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and tell you something I've never even told my wife.
Well, before you do, I just want to point out that this is far and beyond our record live show. It's 350 listeners. So you're going to be, after the fact, it's going to be a lot of people that know about it. But
we spent, that's fine. That's fine. Again, I'm done hiding in the shadows, brother.
Yes, sir.
We spent, all 4 of us spent 6 months in a military lockup. That did not happen. The hunt took place here in Kentucky. We were transported out of state for lockup. A lot of tough and bad and rough things happened in that amount of time. So, like I said, for many years, nobody's talked about it. And I actually made contact with the 3 guys that were with me that night over the last 2 days now to let them know I was going to do this. One of them understands. The other 2 are very pissed off at me right now. They get it, but they're not happy.
That's completely understandable.
You know, all I was asked was to not, which I wouldn't have anyway, but was to not name their names, you know, which
Sure.
In all honesty, I wasn't going to put my name out there tonight. But, you know, as we talked earlier before the show, I'm too old. I'm too old to give a crap about that anymore. I'm just done. And I've taken, other than the security team I have outside my house right now, I've taken a couple other steps to ensure I don't get, if somebody's going to take me out, brother, they're going to have to do it real quiet and real secret.
Well, yeah, I mean, and it would look awful funny, you putting your real name out there for anybody who wants to validate your credentials or whatever, for them to do something to you on such a public scale right after you say all this stuff. So,
well, sometimes it's better to hide in plain sight.
sure. Yeah, absolutely.
You know,
So,
and I'm just,
go
like I said, I'm done hiding. People got to know.
when you guys kill this thing, this rape type creature, these helicopters descend on you, and they just, I mean, do they just haul you off right then and there?
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
No
it
words,
was,
no anything.
no, it was like being hit by a CQB team. I mean, they came in, we got hammered, we got strapped up with flex cuffs, and they took the body. That went into a chopper separate from us. To be honest with you, I'm not even sure who they were. I don't know if we were picked. I don't know if they were feds. I don't know if they were military. Everybody was dressed in black. Nobody talked. We just knew we were outnumbered, and it was made very clear from all the guns, and because we were all wearing nods, which is a night vision device. We could see the infrared lasers pointed at us. I honestly thought we were going to die. I thought they were going to kill us.
So they came in. Look, I mean, if they had to, they were going to wreck shop if y'all tried to pull any kind of
If we
nonsense.
would have done anything stupid, I wouldn't be talking to you today.
Wow, I can believe it. So it's just wild. Okay, you're thrown in jail for 4 months.
6.
For 6 months.
6 months.
Wow. Were you able to talk to your wife? I mean, how did you handle that? You're a family man.
My wife was informed by a local sheriff whoever, I don't know who talked to him. I have no idea. My wife was informed by a local sheriff that I was picked up and I was under threat of being charged with federal offenses and being court-martialed by the military. They told her that the only thing they told her was that I had been picked up on property that belonged to the military that I wasn't supposed to be on, which is absolutely not right. It's absolutely not right. We weren't anywhere near a military base or anything. So, and the next time she heard anything, was 6 months later when I called her and told her I was coming home.
Wow, that's madness.
She had contacted and tried to hire an attorney. The attorney tried to find out what was going on and could find nothing. There was absolutely no communication whatsoever to her attorney. So,
Did they? I mean, they had to debrief you at some point. What was that like?
the closest thing to a debrief that we got was I'll tell you what. For the first 3 months, the only person I saw was the guard who brought me food and escorted me to a shower. Otherwise, I had no communication with a single human being for the first 3 months. After that, they brought the 4 of us together and started making it was just for a few minutes at a time. They'd bring us together. They would threaten us with a United States military code court-martial, which anybody who thinks they can't court-martial civilian, you're wrong. They can. But then we spent another 3 months, and then after that, we were once again brought together and informed that should we disclose any information in any official capacity whatsoever, that the U.S. government would prosecute us to the fullest extent of the law. And, you know, me being
Under what parameters, though? Like,
right. Me being the smart ass that I am, I can't help myself. I said, prosecute me for what? Killing something that you said doesn't exist?
Exactly.
And that man's, I'll never forget the look in his face, because it was the most blank stare I've ever gotten from another human being. And he said, for whatever we decide to bury you with.
Jesus.
So, like I said, for a long time, we were pretty happy to keep our mouth shut.
No, yeah, I don't blame you. I mean, because it's not just your ass you're covering. You know,
Right. I mean, I had 3 other guys I had to worry about.
not to mention your family.
And then, exactly. And then I get home and I've got to worry about, are they going to try to mess with my kids? Are they going to try to mess with my wife? You know, are they going to cost us jobs? Are they going to screw with our finances? Because it doesn't take the government. I mean, your local PD, anybody listening right now, anywhere you live right now, your local PD can screw your finances up. They can lock you down. You know, so I know the repercussions. I've been through this. I've seen it. I've seen it in this country. I've seen it in 9 other countries. If they want to shut you down, they'll shut you down.
Yeah, Big Brother is not your friend.
Not even close. And then,
So,
of course,
yeah, go ahead. I apologize.
This has led to, you know, the most recent thing. I didn't have an experience again for a long time. It wasn't until 2003 that, which is, I know, something that we've got to get into to get to the real meat of tonight's discussion.
Before we move on a little bit, what I was going to ask you is, for the listeners just joining us, and for those who don't know, can you, and you're calling it a rake for lack of a better term, but could you describe exactly what it was you saw in as much detail as you can remember?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I guess we kind of should have done that earlier.
Don't worry, man. I'm a terrible host.
Somewhere between 11. Now, it's hard to judge because these things move fast. Okay. I mean, they make, gosh, I can't even compare it to anything that people are familiar with. It's insanely fast. You ever have something move past you so quickly that it almost leaves an after image in your vision for just that split second? It's like that. Between 11 to 15 feet tall. You know, the first one I saw, I don't think it was quite that big, because I don't think the one that we killed was the same one I saw the first time. I'm not sure that it was anyway. It's, how do you describe this? Gangly, long limbs, very pale skin, very fair skinned looking, no hair, no lips, no nose, just like a hole where the nose should be, large eyes, and a disproportionate amount of teeth to what you would expect to see in a mouse that size. And
Did it have an elongated type mouth or snout or?
No.
Oh, really?
No, its face was very human shaped. Just imagine a human with no nose, just a hole where the nose should be, a semi-flat brow, and a very straight line mouth with no lips, but like a big mouth though, like a very large mouth. The hands, do you call them fingers or claws? I don't know. It didn't look like fingers. It just looked like hands that went into claws. Were several inches long each. Like, I don't know, 6 to 8 inch claws. It moved in a hunched. The times when it didn't move super fast, it looked kind of hunched, gangly but muscular. You know what I mean? You ever see one of those thin guys that he like you could see a lot of muscle definition. He's just not bulky.
It was ripped.
Yeah, like ripped, like crazy ripped, but not bulky.
Right.
And it had how do I say this? It's not an odor, but it's like being able to smell something really strong. It's how the fear that emanated from it came from it. It came off almost like an odor. It wasn't not literally an odor, but
Its presence.
When something just by being nearby can make hardened, trained killers feel like little boys hiding under a blanket in the middle of the night, there's something there. You know what I mean?
It exuded fear, basically.
It was hard not to urinate on myself. And I know that may seem embarrassing to say to some people, but that's the truth. It made it very hard to not feel like I needed to urinate on myself. Even when we hunted it, when we knew what we were going after, when we were die-hard, dedicated, convinced that we had to take this thing out, every time we got within sight of it, that fear was there.
So it was like almost an uncontrollable fear.
Absolutely. Like I said, you're trying to focus on what you're trying to do, but you're also trying not to piss on yourself. It almost to the point. I'll tell you what, had we not been trained and experienced to the point that we were, I don't know that it wouldn't have debilitated us. And that's the God's honest truth.
Wow.
And to anybody who wants to know for sure, is this Brian Ritchie guy telling you the truth tonight? I am a God-fearing, Jesus-believing, saved Christian human being and a father and a husband. I have no reason to BS anybody about anything. This is all about reality tonight.
Well, I actively investigate the areas that these natural creatures live in, and I wouldn't want to run into that. You know what I'm saying? Like it's bananas. And
I will keep that in my prayers that you never do.
I appreciate that because
I hope none of you, Tex, or any of the other investigators, any of the other researchers, anybody listening, I don't want anybody to come near this thing. Now, I've been fortunate and thank the good Lord above, I have not run into one of these things since then. And I hope to God I never do again. I may not be lucky enough to have a team of trained soldiers with me the next time, and I don't think that I could do that on my own. I said the first time I saw one, when I saw it fight with the dog man, And I'm telling you that first time, let me get into that for just a moment. I know it's kind of stepping backwards, but the first time I saw one and I saw it attack a dog man, imagine a professional wrestler walking into a grade school playground and picking the nearest 8-year-old and just whooping the crap out of them. Now, dogmen ain't no joke. They're not little. They're not weak. They're not.
So when you saw this battle go down between this dogman and this creature, I mean, as the dogman, I mean, as big and as fearful as it is, it was losing to this creature
Severely.
Wow.
Now, I don't think, of course, at that time, I didn't know anything about a dogman, never heard of one, never seen one, didn't know nothing about it. I was kind of freaked out seeing it because it's what I saw first. I'd never seen one before. I'd never heard of it. The closest thing I'd ever seen to it was, werewolves in movies.
Right.
Okay. So, to me, that was just Hollywood crap. I'd never seen anything like that. I didn't believe in stuff like that. I actually, at that time, I didn't even believe Bigfoot was real. I didn't believe any of this stuff. Okay. I had no reason to. I'd never seen anything like that. Never heard anything. But looking back now, I believe the dogman that I seen that was attacked was a juvenile.
What led you to this conclusion? Because
it wasn't as big and defined and bulky as the bigger ones that I've seen since then. It just didn't have the mass and it's kind of like seeing maybe a buff teenage kid, but you could tell he's not a man yet.
Right. I see what you're saying. Yeah. He had a little, compared to the other ones that we'll get into, he had a little bit of like adolescent look to him.
Yeah. Right. Right. And, the other two dogmen that came in that attacked the creature, this rake thing, to get them away from the first one, they were big. They were big.
So maybe it was like an overzealous, like younger, teenager or adolescent,
right?
Looking to pick a fight.
No, I don't think it was looking to pick a fight because it kind of got, what's the best term to use? Sucker punched. Like it didn't know the rake thing was there. It just got jumped. There you go.
And okay, we'll expand upon it here shortly, but because we've talked about it before. But my whole belief is that this thing was unnatural, and that these dogmen and Bigfoot creatures are some sort of natural creature. Do you think that may have been what caused the initial scuffle that you saw? Them just trying to get rid of something that don't belong?
I believe because of the way it went down. I saw the young dogman first. That was the first thing I seen. And then it got slammed by this other thing. And this other thing just went off on it. I mean, it jumped him and it attacked him. And this poor young dogman didn't have a chance. And then the other two came in and stopped it. And the rake ran away. I believe, and it's just a belief, I'm not stating this as a fact. I believe that this rake thing hates everything. I believe it's an evil creature. I don't believe the dogmen are an evil creature. I believe the rake thing is. I think it will kill anything it can.
So like humans, if the dogmen and the Bigfoot are natural creatures, then we're not inherently evil necessarily, but we can become, through our own course of actions and our own conscious choices, an evil being. But you're saying that this thing just exuded it.
Oh, absolutely. I believe that's why it made us feel such fear.
Wow. And then, just from your descriptions, it sounds like a fearful beast.
It's fearful insanity in its purest form, brother.
So moving forward just a little bit, This was you. What year did this experience happen? Your last experience when you actually hunted it down, which occurred like a few years or a year or so after the initial experience where you lost your friends tragically.
That was about 2003 when we did the hunt.
So your next experience with your current the dogman creatures that you've been dealing with lately. Can you tell us about that, or are we jumping too far ahead?
Oh, no, because there was a pretty good gap between that experience, that last experience, and when I started experiencing things with the dogmen after that. There was a big gap where nothing happened. I didn't have any more experiences for a long time.
And were you retired from any of your contracting duties with these agencies or the military when you had this first experience? Are you allowed to say? Or
Yes. I had. I'm not going to say I retired, but I had slowed down tremendously. After that, it was a small job here and there kind of thing. But it was definitely not a full-time work anymore. I've actually done on and off stuff up until 2015.
wow.
So, yeah, the summer of 2015 was a whole nother story, but we can't get onto that in here. But anyway,
So your next experience after that one, this
my next experience was pretty crazy. I mean, I had tried so hard I can't even begin to explain how hard I worked to put all that behind me. You know, to just put it away. You know, as a soldier, that's something that we learned to do is you put it in a box, you put it away, you put it on a shelf, you leave it alone. Otherwise, it'll drive you insane. My next experience, I went hiking, which is something I do for that's my own personal therapy. You know, I'm an avid outdoorsman. I hunt, I hike, I fish, I swim, I go boating, I do a lot of different things. But because of my past, I don't ever go out to the I don't go out to the wilderness without a gun. But that's as much to do with human problems as I've had with the weird stuff. And y'all forgive my French here. I know I just said I was a good Christian man, but I've actually had quite a few friends that have stopped for some time now going places with me because they say I'm a weird shit magnet.
A weird shit magnet.
Yeah. I go places and weird shit happens.
All right, you got to explain that one for us.
I know I've had friends for many years that they could go places and do things out in the woods, out the lake, have nothing out of the ordinary happen. Gosh darn it, they go on a camping trip with me and we see a UFO or something. Now, let's be clear. My take on UFOs is this. It's unidentified. I ain't saying it's an alien. I'm not saying they're from the reticuli, whatever. I don't know, all that crap. Maybe it is. I don't know. But a UFO just means it's something weird. It's unidentified and it didn't make sense. You know, so it freaks them out. And every time they go somewhere with me, something weird happens. I remember one time I went with a bunch of friends. We went on a camping trip. This is years after the whole rake encounter thing. And maybe this just makes complete natural sense. I don't know. But all of a sudden we had, which is abnormal behavior, we had a bunch of coyotes surround our camp. and everybody kind of got weirded out. So we decided to leave, and they actually followed us all the way to the trucks. I mean, they were getting close, within 10, 15 feet of us, and they were very visible. So again, more people who are like, I'm not going anywhere with you anymore. I'm a weird shit magnet. Weird stuff seems to happen when I'm around. I don't know why. But my next encounter, where I encountered a dog man, and I've talked with you and Tex about this, and it's sensitive to me because I feel bad about it. You know, I don't feel like it's not that I feel like I did something wrong, so to speak, I guess, but I don't particularly feel good about it.
Right.
I was on a hike. I was a few miles in, very much alone. Like I said, I always take my rifle with me. It's just personal security. It's just normal to me. Maybe it's not normal to everybody, but it is for me. As I was walking along, there was a very, very sudden burst of movement. Anybody that's ever been in bear territory and been charged by a bear might understand this. I didn't know it was there. I guess it knew I was there. But all of a sudden, out of the brush, this thing comes running at me. By the time I could actually see it, I'm guesstimating 20 to 30 yards. I see fangs and fur. Let's just put it that way. I see a big, large beast snarling, growling, and charging hard. And I just reacted. I brought my rifle up. I fired 3 shots. Don't mean this in any way trying to toot my own horn, but I'm pretty damn good with a rifle, especially mine. Me and that thing are well versed together. So I'm very confident that it was full contact. There was a loud, kind of a mix between a roar and a scream. The thing dropped down in the brush, so I couldn't see it again immediately, but I could see it moving.
What's up, everybody? Hopefully you can hear me okay. Well, that was the first big block. We'll start off tomorrow with the rest of the CIA interview. And yeah, sorry if it went silent for any of you guys. Like, our friend over there said that she could hear it just fine. So, Tracy over there in jolly old England. So that's strange. But in any event, we got a good 4-hour block in. So I'll tell you what, maybe we'll have ourselves a proper late show here in an hour or so. But I sincerely appreciate each and every Mad Jack one of you for joining us on this one. And yeah. See you next time.